Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. It would help if I was on the screen. Good morning, my couch potatoes. Hope you're doing great this morning. Sorry I was a few minutes late. I was talking with elbow feet on the phone. So, sometimes that happens. But anyway, good morning. Hope you all are doing great. We are going to be on day 3 of the Brooks Houck and Joseph Lawson trial. I hope we are not watching a bunch of videos today because that was a long day yesterday. Actually, I think there's a lot of witnesses on the lineup for today, so that'll be exciting. How's everybody this morning? Good morning, Lady in Gray. Hope you're doing great. You guys, this Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern, the lovely Lady in Gray will be joining me for True Crime and Wine Time, where we're going to be covering part 1 of the John List story. And if you don't know about that story, you do not want to miss it. It's a wild one. It's an old one, but it's a wild one. It's a wild one. Hello, Polly. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. Juju Bean, there you are. Hope you're doing great this morning. It's 10:04. I know. In fairness, I was ready. So, good morning, Dave. Good morning. I see you found the Discord. I love that. I have not been able to watch the baby feeds for like 2 days now. And you know what? I blame Lauren. It's all Lauren's fault. Yet last night I actually had it on my TV, but muted. So I was like, I can't hear her voice anymore. Can't do it. All right, you guys. So let's see, what else do I have to talk about while we wait for everyone to get in here? Sorry. My coffee is delicious this morning. Nothing's different about it, but some days where coffee just tastes better than others. Today is that day. And that's when you know it's going to be a good day. I know what I was going to say. So I do have my regularly scheduled appointment from noon to 1 today. So I will be off stage, but I will leave the trial running. So you guys will just have to hang out with yourselves for a while and try not to burn my channel down. Okay. That's all I need. That's all I ask. Or, it's fine. It's fine if you do. Yeah, guys, if you haven't yet, please like this video. If you're new, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live or drop an episode. We do have some exciting things coming starting in September. I can't really talk about quite yet, but if you're not a member of our channel, okay, click the join button. You can pick which tier best suits you. But in September, we're going to have some really cool, fun stuff for our members only. So I can't say yet, but I'm very excited about it. When the cat's away, don't make me get out my sparkly gavel that Terry made me. Did I show you guys this already? I think I did. Yeah, I think I showed you last week. Look how fun that is. She bedazzled it for me and everything. I love it. She's the best. Also, thoughts out to Terry this morning. Terry is having a medical procedure done. All is well. Don't worry. It's nothing too serious. Well, it's invasive, but she'll be fine. But, make sure you send her lots of love today for when she regains consciousness. She'll see, oh, they all missed me and thought about me. You are lucky number 7 today. I love that for you. That's great. Good morning, Pam. Welcome back. Well, as a live watcher, not a replay crew, but welcome. So happy to see you again and your sunflowers today. I love that. All right, you guys. So let's see. How many parts do we have today? I'll make sure I'm on the right day. Okay, it's their day. We're day 3, so they're day 4. Okay, we're going to be here for a good while today. I love that for us. Or, no, that's only 4 parts. Okay, that sounds weird, but okay. Okay, I'll figure it out later. I'll figure it out later. Whatever. Anyway, all right, you guys. Well, let's go ahead and kick off court today, shall we? Yesterday, in case you weren't around yesterday, we watched interrogation videos of Brooks Houck, which was interesting because we got to see some that we had never seen before. We listened to one which was on July 5th of 2015. The first time he came in, that was also the same day that Crystal was reported missing. Then on July 7th, apparently he took a polygraph test. And we did get to listen to the pre-interview for the polygraph. We didn't get to see anything because it's been stipulated they're not allowed to say anything about polygraphs in court. So there was no video, but we did have audio. And then we watched Brooks Houck's interview on July 8th, which is the one that's been out on the internet for the last 10 years. So those were interesting to see. Then we had some witnesses on after that who were basically people that, because Brooks came in to write his statement for the police. That was very interesting info. So he comes into the police headquarters to write out his statement. It takes him like an hour and 40 minutes to write it. And interestingly enough, he starts reading out loud to himself. He's the only one in the room. Well, guess what? Turns out Brooks had a recorder in his pocket. That's right. Because we heard from the Radio Shack manager that he had come in there, I think it was on the 6th, the day after Crystal's reported missing, and asked the store for the best digital recorder they had. One, didn't even know Radio Shack was still open in 2015 anywhere, but apparently in Kentucky, time stands still in some places. Actually, I love that. I love when there's just like little hub stores of big chains that disappeared a long time ago, like Blockbuster. Did you guys see the Blockbuster documentary? I don't know why. It came out a few years ago, and I don't know why I watched it, and then I just cried afterwards. Like, oh my God. I remember going to Blockbuster and how exciting that would be. I loved it. Hello, Teresia. Good morning. Hope you're doing great today, babe. Good morning. Yeah, so they called all these witnesses because apparently in his statement, Brooks goes and says all the stuff he did on July 3rd during the daytime, because Crystal disappears later in the night that same day. So he makes all this stuff. Oh, I did all these things. And they brought up witnesses who he had name dropped in his statement. And they were all like, nope, didn't talk to him. Didn't talk to him at all. That never happened. Or the place wasn't even open because it's July 3rd. And I don't know if it's the same in Kentucky, but up here where I live, July 3rd is basically the 4th of July. So nobody works really on the 3rd or the 4th up here. So I feel like it's the same down there. So far, all they've showed in this trial, in my opinion, is that Brooks Houck is a liar who lies, which we already knew that. But, I think we're definitely going to need some more. He's certainly suspicious. All right. Certainly suspicious. Is a bit of a liar, a big liar. But I'm going to need some more information about about the murder first. And I think we will get that when it comes to digital forensics, because remember, there is no body, there's no weapon, there's no crime scene, there's literally nothing. There's no DNA, there's no hair, there's no fingerprints. Well, they had them, but it didn't belong to anybody at all remotely involved in the case. And then, of course, there's those 2 hairs in the car that were never tested that the defense for Steve and Lawson had made a big kerfuffle over, and they tried to do that here as well. Yes, it was Radio Shack. I don't know if you guys caught it. It was a Radio Shack. Yes, Lady in Gray. He recorded himself saying what he'd done all day so he wouldn't forget what he'd done all day, right? It was very detailed of what he did July 3rd, which turned out to not be entirely true. Or was it a list of wishes? Maybe that's kind of what it sounded like too. But he apparently knows everything he did on July 3rd, but then anything after that, the disappearance of the mother of his child, he can't recall a damn thing. So, that's interesting. That is interesting. Lady Grace says this is going to be one of those trials where it's suddenly all tied up at last minute. I think so too. I hope so. I hope I don't come walking away with this being like, this isn't how justice happens. Because obviously, I think it's them. But does the Commonwealth prove it? Right? You can think anybody did something, but it has to be proven in court. And so far, they haven't quite proven that for me. But we're only on day 3. And we still have, 6-7 days more to go, something like that. So there's plenty of time. Dave, I don't even remember what I had for breakfast. And that was an hour ago. That's same. Same. Juju says, Radio Shack even closed in my small town. We do have a no-name Blockbuster DVD rental, though. Love that. We still have a few up here, too, which is always funny and interesting. Lady in Gray says, it almost sounded like he was listing of common task he had, just not from that particular day. Yes, I agree with that. It wasn't like, at 1 o'clock, I did this thing. It was more like, I need to cut grass at all these HOA places, and I need to talk to and get a list of addresses for Peggy. And that's kind of how he answered questions in regards to Crystal. It would be like, well, normally we would. Well, normally she would. And it's really weird when he keeps saying that, because it's not talking about the time in question. And when somebody disappears who is not on drugs, is, not considered to be a runaway, who left her 5 kids, it's really weird to say. And you'd think that you would be upset, but Lady Ingress says, I agree, Llama. I need due process to actually work in order for true justice to be given. Agreed. So I hope I don't walk away with this just PO'd. But you never know. Good morning, 80s. Good morning. Lady in Gray. I'm nodding my head in agreement like you can see me. I can always see you. All right, you guys. Well, let's go ahead and get this morning kicked off, shall we? All right. I do love that we get to hear the sidebars. I do love that. It's very exciting. Okay, are we full screen here? Yes. Not a big... Good morning, Kelly. Good morning. Oh, the background noise. Not a fan.
At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call.
Interesting.
Mr. Young, call your next witness.
It's Robin Mills.
Robin Mills.
Yes,
Robin Mills. Okay. Robin Mills. I don't know who she is.
If you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. If you have a seat right over there.
Look at the time. It's
Please sit as close to the
8:32.
microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you.
You're
Ms.
a
Sasky, proceed when you're ready.
time
Thank you,
efficient.
Judge. Good morning, Ms. Mills. Tell ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, what your name is and the business you're currently involved with.
Robin Mills. I'm a civil engineer.
How long have you been a civil engineer?
It's since 1992.
And do you, does that include work in Bardstown, Nelson County? Do you do some of that?
I've been in Nelson County since 2001.
Right. And what's a civil engineer? Just briefly, I know it's pretty complicated for us, but I'm not a civil engineer.
Well, this is how it goes when you don't have super combative witnesses
So they understand.
every
My
time.
specialty is site development. So I do everything outside the building, the parking lots, drainage, utilities, Subdivisions, I do subdivision streets.
In your work there, Miss Mills, did you ever have the opportunity to work with or be acquainted with the defendant,
Why is this
Brooks
stuff
Houck?
Yes, he was a client.
All right. And what was it? What kind of work were you doing for him?
He owned the Copperfields subdivision.
Tell them what is Copperfield subdivision?
Copperfield subdivision. It's a single family residential development. I've worked on that development for over 20 years. And so it's had multiple phases. So I designed all the streets, laid out the lots for the houses, and drainage and utilities for that development.
And you and I met before, and have we not?
Yes.
And I asked you, when did you work on that? When was it completed, the work you did for Mr. Houck at Copperfield?
For that initial phase, it was in, I think our approvals were dated February of 2015. But we had all the plans were completed and the approvals were done.
Now, and we're on page 4 of the timeline for the jury. I'm going to show this to you. You ever saw this before?
You showed it to me.
All right. Take a look at that. And is it down at the bottom of page 4? Can you yell that for the jury? Is it in the bottom of page 4?
Yes.
All right.
Do you want me to read it?
No, I'm going to.
Okay.
Everybody's. This is a report prepared by Mr. Houck concerning activities, work he did on July the 3rd of 2015. Did you and I talk about that, haven't we, July
Yes.
3rd? All right. And read what that says there at the bottom of page 4 to this report. It's exhibit 28 for the record. Go ahead, you may do it.
That's
Prepared
right. I forgot we could
development
have names
start
from.
on phase 5 in the front of Copperfield subdivision for a total of 49 additional lots. Organized utility layout for engineers at Horizon Engineers. Principal engineer Robin Mills.
Now, on July the 3rd, were you engaged in any of this kind of work?
I was not in the office on July 3rd.
All right. Do you have any contact or communication on the 3rd with Brooks Houck, the
No.
defendant? All right. You sure for that?
Yeah.
All right. In fact, you and I talked about where you were on the 3rd.
Right.
Where were you, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, on July the 3rd of 2015?
My daughter, she was in high school at the time. She was in the Governor Scholar program and was spending 6 weeks at Moorhead University, and that was family weekend. So we were in Moorhead to see my daughter.
All right.
Oh, so is this another person he did not actually
Before
talk
I
to?
mark this, you familiar with this?
Yeah, I gave it to you.
All right.
That's how I remember what we were
Why'd you
doing.
give that to me?
Why did I get it?
Uh-huh.
Well, to be honest, when y'all first talked to me, I couldn't remember what I was doing on that day. So I started looking back in my photos and checkbook and records to try to figure out where I was. And I found this.
And what is that you found?
It's an itinerary for what was going on in Moorhead that day. Freedom Fest. It was like a 4th of July celebration. And the first two, like the Baldwin Memorial 5K Governor Scholar Program. So she was a runner. She was in that. And then there was a parade at 6 p.m. sponsored by GSP, which was the program she was there with.
And that's where you were on July the 3rd with your daughter,
Yes.
celebrating her college success.
Yes.
All right. I'd like to mark this and I read 42. There those little stickers. Oh, here we are. All right, sorry. 42 now. Judge, I move for the admission of Exhibit 42 testified to
Early
by
Juju.
Ms. Mills here, Marker, to a vote.
Any objection to 42?
I know my pot should
And
be.
it be published.
It may.
Sure.
Yes, I'll show it's introduced at this time. It may be published.
I'm going to show you here another item. You recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that? Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen here in Ms. Mills?
This is my checkbook. I keep it on my laptop. I keep a checkbook and balance my checkbook every month. And so it's all the transactions from my bank account.
What was important about that?
It confirms that I was in Moorhead on July 3rd.
And that's what you heard when you and I sat down and talked. So.
Right. And then it has the nail art. I think I went there that morning and got a pedicure. And then we went to Moorhead that afternoon.
Let me mark this. This would be Exhibit 43.
So he did none of the things.
Let me show this to council for a moment.
Yeah, that's what makes me so mad.
This
Is that
is
like
marked as Exhibit 43 described by
He's
Ms.
clearly
Mills
an
here a
idiot.
moment ago. And we have that admitted in the sheriff.
he didn't care about covering
It
his
is
tracks with his lying,
Any objection to 43?
and yet
I'll show it's introduced at this time and it may be published to the
we
jury.
can't find Crystal's body.
You had no dealings with at all, personal,
frustrating.
professional, or otherwise with Brooks Houck on July the 3rd, 2015.
No.
Day or night. No. Answer. Yeah. Let me check with my colleagues just for a moment, make sure I'm covered. Ms. Mills, extend the same courtesy to these lawyers here to
No.
answer questions, would you please?
Mr. Butler, any cross?
Very brief. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
So,
I'm gonna go refill my coffee.
man, you said you've been working on the Copperfield subdivision for, I thought you said how many years?
Well, there's multiple phases.
Yes, ma'am.
So this was phase 5.
Okay,
So the initial phases were with, they were Downs Lumber. That's who originally owned that subdivision. And then it went into foreclosure. And so I think Brooks bought it from the bank. And so this was the first phase that Brooks worked on.
so do you recall when it started? Like what the first phase was? What year? I thought you said it and I didn't quite hear it. I apologize.
Actually, it was going. I started in Bardstown. I first worked at Hips Engineering,
Yes, ma'am.
and that project they were working on the first phase whenever I started working at Hips Engineering. So it was one of the first projects.
What
I
year?
became a client. The 2001.
That's what I missed.
Yes.
So these phases have been going since 2001.
Correct.
So if you can just pop that up real quick, Sandy. I think it's page 4. Yes. I promise just a couple of questions.
Okay.
Chat here. So if you go down here, Sandy, where it says prepare, you see that?
Yeah,
Those-
it's on paper. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever's easiest for you. You don't see anywhere Brooks Houck says he met with you to prepare. You can't prepare a development for a phase in an afternoon, can you? These are year-long projects.
No, and I was done with the plans.
It just kinda seems like a
in
to-do
early
list.
2015.
And
Right.
same here, he doesn't say he met with you on July 3rd. These are things that you have to get done, and it's an ongoing process, correct?
Either
Correct.
way, a very weird
Thank
thing to put in your
Any cross?
statement for the police
Any
about the
redirect,
missing
Ms. Housekeeping?
No, thank
mother
you,
of your
Judge.
child.
Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be finally excused.
Yes.
You're finally excused. You may go. Thank you. Call your next witness,
Ashley Nally.
Ashley Nally.
Now. I don't know if these are spelled right because these people aren't even on my list.
if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You'll have a seat right over there. Try to sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Young, proceed when you're ready.
Would you please introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen, of the jury?
I'm actually Nally,
Okay, Miss Nally, I don't want to know where you live, but could you tell me what county you live in?
Nelson County.
Okay, and if you would, please direct your answers to the jury, okay? And what do you do for a living?
I build houses.
Okay, and how long have you been doing that?
15, 16 years myself, but long
Okay.
term.
Back in July of 2015, who were you working for?
We built for Brooks Houck,
Okay, you meant we, who's we?
me and my husband.
Okay, and did you work directly for Brooks Houck?
Yes,
Okay, and what did you all do for him?
we framed his houses.
You framed houses, all right. Are you familiar with Crystal Rogers?
Yes,
How long had you known Crystal Rogers in 2015?
I mean, we all grew up in Bardstown, so I've known her since we were kids.
Okay. And were you all friends?
No,
Okay. And you said that with a smile. Go ahead and tell me what.
I mean, we had personality conflicts. I mean, we just didn't always get along, but she was not my cup of tea, but
Okay. Just different people.
yes,
All right. And are you familiar? So you're familiar with the defendant in this section, right?
yes,
Okay. And were you also familiar? Were you aware they had a child together?
yes,
Okay. And what was the name of that child?
Eli,
Okay. And would you see Crystal at the job sites sometimes?
yes.
Okay.
Periodically, she would come to the job sites.
Okay. And who would she usually have with her?
Eli,
So she didn't like her?
How often would you see her with Eli?
every time I saw her, I never saw her without Eli.
Okay. And did you get to observe her to be a mother?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell me what type of mother she was?
She was an amazing mother.
And she had other kids, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so if you had to describe Crystal's personality as it relates to, would you consider yourself a country girl?
Yes.
Okay. And describe what type of person in that relation Crystal is.
I don't think that I think she was more the type to stay in the city limits, to do things with her kids and not the things that I do.
Okay. And what kind of things are that?
I mean, I ride razors and four-wheelers and go mudding every weekend, so
Okay. Was she an outdoorsy person?
I don't think so.
Okay. And the have you ever seen interactions where Crystal would get angry with the defendant?
Yes.
And have you ever did you ever have a conversation as it relates to the defendant about Crystal and Eli?
Yes.
And what was that?
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm nervous.
It's okay.
I apologize. There was, a time where I asked why Brooks didn't leave Crystal with all the fighting and arguing.
And who'd you ask that to?
Brooks.
Okay.
And he said, because I won't lose Eli.
Because what now?
I won't lose Eli.
Okay. So he said, I won't lose Eli?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on one second, okay? Miss Nally, I'll be right back. Judge, I don't have any further questions this time from Miss Nally.
Mr. Butler, any cross?
Yes.
Interesting. I wonder if she was looking at Brooks right there. I think she was.
Sorry about that, Judge.
I haven't heard that song in a really long time.
Miss Nally, you do you recall being interviewed by the FBI?
Absolutely.
In fact, you were interviewed by the FBI in 2021, correct?
I was interviewed by the FBI multiple times.
Well, specifically, I'm referring to your interview on January 20th of 2021 with Special Agent Steve Carey. Do you recall that?
I mean, I was interviewed several times, so.
By the way, you see
differentiate
how
which
not
one
weird it
at a
is
time
to
date
talk
is.
about
Yes, ma'am.
talking
I'm
about
happy
the
to share the
FBI?
transcript, anything you need.
Not weird.
You were interviewed on January 20th of 2021 by Special Agent Steve Carey.
Okay. I mean, I was interviewed several times, so
Okay.
yes, probably.
Do you recall telling Special Agent Carey that you had problems with your memory?
I told him that I do not remember. I mean, I'm sure I don't remember everything, every date of every time.
Well, I'm going to read it, what it
Yes,
says, and you're welcome to look, okay?
No, you're fine, sir.
All right.
You may.
Can we approach already? She doesn't seem that hostile.
I just think he needs to let her look at it first to see if she can refresh her recollection before reading it in front of the jury.
I can do it, but I've only got it on a computer, but I'm happy to show it to you.
Just show her the
Yeah,
computer.
I'll just bring the
Yeah,
computer.
thank you. I'm not trying to be picky, but
I hope so.
Okay, ma'am, is it okay if I come over here? All right, what I'm showing you is, and you know, this is your answer. Special Agent Carey, it's not a big deal. Does that refresh your memory?
I mean, I'm sure I said that.
Okay. So my question was, you told Special Agent Carey, I have a problem with my memory.
Mm-hmm.
You told him I used to be a drug addict.
And I was.
Yes,
And
it is a site.
now, you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury today that Crystal, you described her as a wonderful mother.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall in that same interview, man, that you said she was a drug addict and drank every day?
I said that probably, but she was still a good mom. That doesn't have any bearings on the fact that she was a good mother.
Are you aware that not a single person in her family has ever described her as a drug addict or a drunk?
Well, I'm sorry, but as a drug addict and as somebody who was, you know, in a conversation about Adderall and other alcoholic beverages, it's not always.
So it's your testimony to this jury that she was a drunk and a drug addict,
I
even though
didn't say she was a drunk and a drug addict.
that's exactly what you said, man.
I said we talked about Adderall and alcoholic beverages.
I'm going to show you page 17.
Yes.
I mean, not even Brooks called her a drunk, and he would want to put all the crap on her, and he denied all that. But interesting. To be honest, it'd be surprising if Crystal didn't, because a lot of people in this, you know,
To help refresh your memory.
a lot of them do or did at the time, you know. Oh, on top X. Well, thank you for the super sticker. Also, glad you're around today. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Good nice surprise. Thank you.
So do you recall telling Special Agent Carey, and I'll tell you something, it's not going to make me sound real good, but the week before she, meaning Crystal, went missing, me and her got in an argument, and we never did get along. I've known her since I was a kid. I can't stand that girl. Everything they said on TV is a lie. She was a drug addict, and she drank every day and everything. Is that what you told the FBI?
I may have, I don't recall, and I just told you that. So,
Well, would it help you if we played it for the jury?
I mean, I'm just saying, I don't
Yes.
recall saying that. I didn't say I didn't say it.
That's
Fair
fair.
enough.
Oh. Oh, well, I hope it all went well for you.
And ma'am, you,
Like-
as you sit here, are a convicted felon as well, correct? No, that's all the questions I have.
Any cross? Any redirect? Just briefly. Absolutely.
Ms. Nally, you testified on direct examination that you and Crystal didn't get along. Is
No,
that correct?
no, sir, we
That's
didn't.
not secret.
No.
Okay, the statement that Brooks Houck made to you about losing, he would not lose Eli, is that the truth?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Butler?
No, sir.
Anything else? Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be foully excused. If you're foully excused, you may go. Call your next witness.
Heather Snellen.
Heather Snellen.
Ooh, she is ex of Steve Lawson, I think. I think Steve, the father of the duo. Boy, that lady did not like Crystal. This one should be interesting if it's true. I think it was. We talked about her when I did my coverage of the Stephen Lawson trial.
Sir. And if you'll come forward, I need you to raise your right hand.
Maybe she's
Do
a
you
stepdaughter.
swear or
No.
affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If you'll have a seat right over there, please sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you.
Ex-girlfriend of Steve Lawson.
This witness only has testimony as it relates to Joey. Miss Snellen, I believe, will testify, and correct me if I'm wrong, Shane, she
No,
will
you're not
testify that Joey Lawson and Steve Lawson moved Crystal Rogers' body. That doesn't apply to us. We would ask for, we don't believe there's any hearsay exception that would allow it. Obviously, it's admissible. You've already overruled our motion for joint trial. We would preserve that. But we would ask for an admonition at the end of this that they cannot be considered against Brooks Houck.
It's obviously a
I
statement
can't
of interest for either one of them to say. And they're all charged and he's charged with complicity in murder and Joey Lawson's charged with conspiracy. Awful of this is demonstrated in the room.
I'll tell you what, why don't we have to take the testimony first so I can hear what the witness has
Yes.
to say, and then we'll come back to the bench.
Yes, that sounds great.
It's interesting to put faces to the names.
Ms. Snellen, would you please introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen, of the jury?
Hello,
Who are you? Go.
my name is Heather Snellen.
Okay, and if you would direct your answers towards them. So, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And what county do you live in?
Nelson County
Okay, and where are you employed?
at Communicare.
Okay, and do you have any children?
Yes,
Okay, and is it a son?
yes,
Okay, and how old is your son?
he's 5.
Okay, and are you familiar
Yep.
with the defendant, Joseph Lawson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you know the defendant, Brooks Houck?
I've heard the name, but I don't know him personally.
Okay, so you don't know Brooks Houck?
No, sir.
All right. And are you familiar with Steve Lawson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is he related to Joseph Lawson?
Yes,
And what's the relationship between the two?
it's his father.
Okay, so it's a father-son relationship?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was the nature, what was the nature of your relationship with Steve Lawson?
We dated years
Okay.
ago.
Okay, and how long have you known Joseph and Steve Lawson?
I want to say probably since 2012, 2013.
Okay, so a little over 10 years?
Yes.
All right. And what was the nature of your relationship when you all first met?
We were just friends, co-workers.
Okay, and where'd y'all work?
Orbis.
Orvis, and where's Orvis located?
It's in Bardstown.
Okay. And is that a manufacturing facility?
Yes.
Now, did you ever date Steve Lawson?
Yes.
Okay, and did you all ever live together?
Yes.
All right, and when was this?
2014.
Okay. And do you still associate with either Joseph or Steve Lawson?
No.
Okay. And when was the last time you would have associated with them?
Let's see. Steve Lawson was back in 2017, and Joey Lawson was in 2023.
Okay. And do you remember what month specifically Joseph Lawson?
April.
Okay. Now, while you were living with and dating Steve Lawson, did you all acquire any property together?
Yes.
What did you acquire?
A 2013 Chrysler 300.
Okay. And whose name was that in?
It was in both of our names.
Okay.
Oh.
And when did you all break? Did you all break up at some point?
Yes. It was shortly
That's
after
the one
buying
that she had the
car.
car
Okay,
with.
and when was that?
I don't remember the exact month, but it was in 2014.
Okay. So y'all were together for a short while, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you all broke up, who got the car?
I was left with the vehicle.
Okay. And who made the payments?
I did.
All right. And did the car ever become a source of contention?
Yes.
Okay. So explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what was going on with this car.
I was making the payments. I was doing all the things that need to be done on the car, and it was taken from me while I was at work without my knowledge.
And who took the car?
Steve Lawson.
All right. And when was that?
It was in early 2015.
Okay. Did you ever get the car back?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you remember when that was? It was early. What year? What year? I'm sorry.
What year did I get it back?
No. What year was it taken from you?
Early 2015.
Early 2015.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Did you ever get the car back?
Yes,
And what year was that?
in 2015.
Okay. Do you remember what month it was?
It was July.
All right. And specifically, do you remember the night of July 3rd, 2015?
Yes,
Okay. And why do you remember that night?
because I had left work early. I was sick, and I had my ex-husband pick me up from work.
Okay. 1 second. I got to mark this and show counsel. It's just the first sheet, the work sheet, document sheet up there.
See, the whole her and Steven shared
I'm
a
gonna show you
car
this
and he
marked
took it,
Commonwealth
and I was
exhibit
very
number
interesting
44.
to me
Um,
because that explains
Did
a
you
lot
take
of
a
the
look at
phone
that?
calls.
let's see what we got.
Yes,
Okay. And what is that?
that's a doctor's note.
Okay. And what date did you leave work? Does it say what date what the note was for?
Yes, it was for July 3rd, 2015.
Okay. And did you go to work that day?
Yes, I did that
Okay.
night.
Does this fairly and accurately represent, does it discuss you leaving work that night?
Yes.
Okay, and Judge, I move to introduce Thomas Exhibit 44.
Any objection?
No, sir.
I'll show 44 is introduced at this time. It may be published to the jury.
Good morning.
So,
Kathy. In
what
fairness, you're 2 hours
shift were
behind.
you
So.
working at?
It was a 12-hour shift, so it was from 7 at night to 7 in the morning.
Okay, and did you complete your shift on July 3rd?
No, I did not.
Do you remember about what time you left?
About 10 o'clock.
And was that due to you being sick?
Yes.
Okay. And tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did you drive yourself from work?
No, I did not.
Okay, so explain to them about leaving work.
So I asked to leave. I was sick. My ex-husband at the time, Thomas Gent, had my car that I was driving. So I called, had him pick me up, and we left from there.
Okay, and this wasn't the Chrysler 300?
No, it was, I don't even know what it
Okay.
was.
And so you left there and went where?
We went to McDonald's to grab me something to eat.
Okay, and then did you go home?
No,
What did you all do?
we swung back by to where 62 South was because I had thought I spotted the Chrysler.
Okay, is this before you went to McDonald's?
No, this was after.
Okay, and did you in fact spot the Chrysler?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened after that.
Once we spotted the Chrysler, we did go to McDonald's first, grab the food. We come back through, and I had the extra key fob. So I checked to make sure it was my vehicle. It was.
How did you check to make sure it was your vehicle?
I clicked the unlock button,
Okay. All right, go ahead.
and noticed it was mine. So I got out of the passenger seat as my ex-husband now was driving my car, and I got into the Chrysler and I drove away.
Okay. And do you remember what the weather was that night?
It was a little rainy.
Okay. And do you? I may have already asked this, and I apologize, but what time around the time period? What time?
It was about a little after 10.
Okay.
Now.
And what did you all do? So were you driving the Chrysler?
Yes,
Okay, and where did you take the Chrysler?
to Boston Road.
Okay, and specifically where at? Do you know on Boston?
Not the exact address, but it was my ex-husband's grandparents' house.
Okay. And we've heard some testimony about Boston Road, and that's traveling west towards Elizabethtown and Bullitt County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it parallels the Bluegrass Parkway.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you all do with the car when you got there?
We parked it in his grandparents' driveway,
with you.
and we
That's
left
difficult.
Okay. And did you all go back to the car?
the next day. Yes,
Okay. And what did you all do the next day with the car?
we cleaned it out.
Okay. And what did you find in the car?
We found needles, tourniquets, blankets, a bag, or a big, large garbage bag of soured, wet clothes.
Now, where was that at?
It was in the trunk.
Okay.
And we also found a Louisville Slugger bag.
Okay. Now,
That's interesting.
did the car get taken back at some point?
Yes,
Do you remember when that was?
10.
it was not that day of the 4th, but it was probably that night of the 4th, if not the next day, so
Okay.
5th.
So during daylight hours of the 4th, did you all have the car?
Yes,
Okay, but you believe sometime either on the night of the 4th or the morning of the 5th it was taken?
yes.
Okay, do you know who it was taken by?
My guess was either
Well, you don't
Steve
need
or
to guess.
Joe.
Okay, we don't guess. Okay.
Okay.
But it was taken back. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you ever see the car again?
not until months later.
Okay. And at some point, was the car repossessed?
Yes.
All right. Did you have the car when it was repossessed?
No, I was not in possession of the car.
Okay. Did you report the car?
Yes,
Now, that was in 2015, correct?
yes,
So at some point, did you ever reconnect with Joseph Lawson's father, Steve Lawson?
yes.
And when was that?
In 2017,
Okay. And do you remember what time in 2017?
it was July 4th.
Okay. And what happened?
His wife at the time had passed away, so I reached out to family
That'd be
to send
Tammy.
my condolences.
Okay. And that was approximately 2 years, well, actually 2 years to almost to the date that Crystal Rogers disappeared. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And did you ever speak to the defendant personally after that?
yes.
Okay. Explain, ladies and gentlemen, the circumstances of when you next spoke to Steve Lawson.
After I had reached out to family, to his family, to send condolences, he showed up at my apartment. Did not talk to him before that, and said he had been watching me and knew where I was at.
Okay.
Weird.
Now, did he ever tell you anything about the Chrysler? Or talk to you about the FBI?
Yes.
What was that?
He told me at one point that the FBI.
You may approach.
I think it's just very interesting. So she steals that car back around 10:30 from that bar.
I know you got
It
here.
says in there already is a Louisville Slugger.
Steve Lawson. Yes, sir. And what she's going to testify to, and I'll tell you, I think what she's going to testify to is that he told her the FBI was going to come talk to her, and her response is, why? And he told her that it was, they think it was involved something to do with Crystal Rogers' murder. And she says, was that you? And he goes, we're not going to talk about that. And I believe that's a statement against interest.
That's not, well, it's not a statement against interest. I mean,
In the context, it is.
I mean, if we want to break and go through all the problems with this lady, I can. But I mean, these are, we're backdooring. No, and I'm not criticizing, but we're trying to backdoor Steve Lawson's statements in here. The court's found that he's a liar beyond a reasonable doubt. We're going to have to go through every single thing he did and said if we continue to do this to try to show why you can't rely on him. I mean, to put any credibility in him is
Judge, this happened back in 2017.
It doesn't matter when it happened.
Yes, it
she's,
does.
she's not a law enforcement officer. Him saying, I'm not going to talk to you about something to someone, how is that reasonably likely to incriminate Steve Lawson?
Because it's
And,
based,
and how's that reliable given what we know about Steve Lawson?
because it's based on the question she asked him. Were you involved in it?
Go through your what you think the answer is at the end.
Okay.
I'm concerned because I don't know what the answer will be when it's actually given.
I don't really know either, and I'm going to be honest with you. But she is that he told her the FBI was going to come talk to her about the culture. She said, about what? He goes, they believe it was involved in Crystal Rogers murder. And she goes, something, I can't tell you the exact words she's going to say, but she asked him if he was involved in that. He goes, we're not going to talk about that.
I don't think would qualify under a declaration against interest. I don't think I'm not going to talk about it. Does not come out and say he did anything. So I'm going to sustain the objection to that portion.
I'm just confused that if he took the car that Stephen was apparently driving, how did he pick up Joey then?
Did Mr. Lawson advise you that the FBI may come talk to you?
Yes.
And what were you doing? You were around Steve Lawson during this time, is that correct?
Kind of, yes.
Okay, what were you doing? What were you doing with Mr.
That's
Lawson?
10 years
I
ago.
was actually visiting his mother.
Okay. And at some point were you helping him?
Yes.
Okay, how were you helping him?
I helped him to go through his deceased wife's belongings.
Okay. And were you using anything at his residence?
Yes.
What were you using?
The washer and dryer.
Oh, maybe that's
Did
why
you
he
have a
had
washer and
lemons
dryer?
in it all.
No.
Okay. And where was he living at this time?
I think it was called Demery.
Okay. And describe Demery for me. How was this place at Demery set up?
It was a 2-level home. It was just the upstairs, and then you would have to go down to the basement to have the washer and dryer.
And was there anything else downstairs besides the washer and dryer?
I mean, like a little sitting area that we sat at.
Okay. And was there anything dividing the washer and dryer area and the sitting area?
Yes, there was like a half wall.
Okay. And if you come from upstairs to downstairs, would people in the sitting area be able to see you necessarily?
Yes.
Okay. And did you all start dating again at any time?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did that last?
About a month.
Okay. And were you using any narcotics at this time?
Yes.
Okay. What were you using?
Methamphetamine.
Okay. And how long had you been using that up to that?
Not a narcotic, but okay.
About a year.
Right? I don't think so.
And who was your source of supply at that time?
Joey Lawson.
And anytime when you were over there, would Joey Lawson be at the residence?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever hear any conversations between the defendant and Joey Lawson or Joseph Lawson regarding Crystal Rogers?
Hey, Shane, just real quick, I apologize to you. It'll take a second. I apologize.
I think somebody gifted you a membership yesterday. We had some lovely
I'm
people in the
preserving
chat
my objection to this, and we want that admonition. Sorry.
So I certainly should have.
today, which is awesome. I think you are one of the few
Okay.
that YouTube
Very good.
selected. Yes,
Did you
Kathy,
ever
this is
hear any
one everybody.
conversation- I'm trying to remember what I just asked. Did you ever hear any
Pretty much
conversation
contracts at the
between
time.
Joseph Lawson and Steve Lawson as it relates to Crystal Rogers?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
I overheard them talking about moving a body at the Houck farm.
Okay. And was there any discussion of what body that was?
I didn't hear exactly.
Okay. They just heard they had moved the body.
Moved a body.
Okay. And did they, well, let me ask this. Where were you when this conversation occurred?
I was at the washer and dryer.
Okay. And were you all using it at that time?
Yes.
All right. And using what?
Methamphetamine.
Okay. Now, did you turn this over to the police?
Not at that time,
Okay. And why not?
because I really didn't. I mean, drugs were my main source right then and my main focus.
Okay. And you said, I believe you said that Joseph Lawson was your supplier. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. And were you fond of the police back then?
No,
Okay. And how long, so this was in 2017, did your and Steve's relationship go on?
no.
Okay, and when did it end?
A few months later.
Okay. And at some point, were you contacted by the FBI?
Yes,
Okay, and was this while you were at work?
yes,
Okay, and was it Orbis still?
no,
Okay, was it different, you're working at a different place?
yes,
Okay. And were you interviewed by them?
yes,
Okay, and was that
Aw.
in somewhere around 2020,
Thank you,
21?
Dave.
yes,
Okay, and were you
Especially
still
if it's
actively
super
using
sad.
it? at that time?
You have to
Yes.
come back today too.
This conversation you overheard
I'll tell
between
you all about it
Joseph
later.
and Steve Lawson,
Thank you so much.
describing helping
Appreciate
move the
that.
body, what was it again, to move the body?
at the farm.
At the Houck farm.
Say, oh, if he was not happy.
Did you
when he got
advise
home
them of that?
No,
Okay, why not?
yesterday.
because again, I was still using drugs and I didn't want to mess up what I had.
Okay. And in 2023, were you contacted by the Kentucky State Police?
Yes,
All right. And were you interviewed by them?
yes,
And how many times were you interviewed?
2 or 3.
Okay. And let's see this. The first interview, when you went in and talked with Kentucky State Police, did you advise them about this statement at that time?
No,
What did you tell them the story about losing the car
yes,
and stealing the car back? I
yes,
don't want to say stealing the car back, but taking your car back.
yes,
And did you tell them anything about that conversation you overheard in the basement?
no,
Okay. And did you contact the state police back?
yes,
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
not exactly.
Okay. And what did you tell the state police when you called them?
That I had more information.
All right. Now, when was this? Not the exact date. Was it after, when did you stop using?
In 2023.
Okay. And tell me why you stopped using.
Because I wanted to get clean for my son.
Okay. And was this after April of 2023?
That I was contacted?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So when you spoke to the state police the first time, were you clean?
Yes.
Okay. Do you need some tissues?
No, I got some.
Okay. And you said you called the state police back and told them you had some more information. Is that
Yes.
correct? Did you have that information the first time you talked to them?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you tell them?
Because I didn't want to be involved.
Okay. And did you go back in for a second interview?
Yes.
All right. And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that interview.
It was a very long interview, but I essentially did tell them, I told them about the car, and I eventually told them about moving the body.
Okay. Were they very nice to you?
No,
Okay. Did they yell at you?
raised voices.
Okay. Did you cry?
Yes.
And did you tell him that you weren't happy about the interview?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you leave?
Yes.
Okay. Hang on one second. Okay.
So she interviews with them in 2023 then. Okay. I don't know how I feel about all this.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Commonwealth Exhibit number 45. Okay.
Yeah, it's sleepy. So is earbud juror, probably.
Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a statement that I wrote to the detectives at KSB.
Now, when did you write that statement?
It says,
No, when? Oh, I'm sorry. The other day.
it
Okay, go ahead.
says October 27th of 23.
Was that after the second interview?
Yes.
Okay, and I want you to go ahead. Is it fairly and accurately represent? Look at both pages for me. Does it fairly and accurately represent what you wrote to the Kentucky State Police?
Yes,
And
exactly.
Judge, I would move to introduce into evidence. How much has it been recorded?
It's too early. They haven't even had
Objection
lunch yet.
45.
No, sir.
Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and have you read that statement for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You said it was dated October 27th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay, and who's it addressed to?
It is addressed to Detective Harden.
Okay, and is he one of the detectives that talked to you?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and read it for me.
The first or second page.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
First. Detective Harden, I'm sending you my written statement. It is attached with this letter. Since I am busy with work and other prior commitments, and you all needing to clarify things, I knew this would be an alternative. I have a copy of the statement for myself also. I do hope that this helps you with what you need. I also hope that it is clear within my statement that I do not know anything. I tried to tell you all that, and I felt as if I was being pressured into saying things that are untruthful on my behalf.
Okay, you need a second. Go ahead and read the second.
Heather Snellen was co-owner of a 2013 Chrysler 300 with Steve Lawson. I do not know any information about what happened to Crystal Rogers. I also do not know who is involved. I only have the knowledge of what has been on news channels, social media, or documentaries. I can only assume what happened through what I have watched or seen on TV and social media. I do not have any more information to give regarding this case. End of statement.
Now, is that true?
No,
Okay. Why did you write this letter?
because I wanted to distance myself away from this as far as I could.
Why did you want to distance yourself away from it?
Because it's such a high-profile case. I didn't want to be involved, especially being a single mother. I was fearing for myself.
Okay, so were you scared?
Yes.
Now, at some point you testified in front of the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and tell the ladies, did you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the grand jury this?
No.
Okay, did you tell them the statement you had previously told, which we just went over about hearing the conversation?
Yes.
Now, Heather, there's no charges pending against you or anything, is that correct?
No.
If I want you to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the truth, okay? What is the truth?
The truth is that I overheard Steve Lawson and Joey Lawson talking about moving a body at the Houck farm with a skid steer.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, there's that skid steer. That Brooks did bring up several times in his interview, which is weird.
We'll take a short break.
Yes, Kathy. You're going to find that a lot of these witnesses were on drugs at the time in 2015 and for several years after. And pretty much everyone has lied to some degree. That's one of the problems for the prosecution is credibility for these witnesses. And I don't know about this one, but I'm super fixated on this car drama from that night. Very interesting. Because I don't really think they talked about this in these trial. Well, in the media anyway.
15-minute break. You have 15 minutes, ma'am.
So. How many robe companies do you think there are? Is there just one company who makes all the judges' robes? Do they vary depending on your status is here? Okay. Is there a standard? I'm wondering. Can they add flair? Where does one buy such robe? Oh yes, Dave. This is a messy trial. That is very.
Yeah. This time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated.
See, if they want to sit there and
ready.
be this
Ma'am,
liar,
Mr.
liar,
Monroe.
liar all the time.
Good morning, Ms. Snell.
Why should we believe what him and Joey were saying? I'm not
So
saying
let's
not
take you
her,
back
but
to July 3rd and 4th of 2015, okay?
Okay.
So at that time, you were dating a man named Thomas Gent. Is that true?
Yes.
And prior to that, you told us that in your direct testimony, you had dated Steve Lawson sometime before that, correct?
Yes.
And during the time that you were dating Steve Lawson, you all had purchased a Chrysler 300. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
And you had financed it through Capital One. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And both of your names were on the loan paperwork, correct?
Yes.
And at some point in time, I think you said in early 2015, I don't want to get it wrong, you all broke up, correct? You and Steve Lawson.
2014.
Okay, I'm sorry, ma'am. So in 2014, you all break up. And I think you told ladies and gentlemen of the jury at that time that you maintained possession of this Chrysler 300, correct?
Yes.
And I guess both of your names have been on the loan application is what you described for us, correct?
Yes.
And you had it and you were making the payments on it.
Yes.
At that point
I
in
did a
time,
very
you
long
worked in a
deep dive
business in Bardstown called Orbis,
earlier
correct?
this month
Yes.
on this. I
And
recommend watching it.
sometime in the spring, I believe from your prior statement, you tell me if I'm wrong, sometime in the spring of 2015, you go to work and the car's gone, correct?
It was taken while I was
It
at work.
was taken while you were at work.
Yes.
And so on July 3rd and 4th, or July 3rd of 2015, you were still working at Orbis. Is that right, ma'am?
Yes.
And the Commonwealth introduced a exhibit number 44. Is it okay if I approach? So this is a work record from your human resources, correct, at Orbis Corporation?
Yes.
And it looks like they generated an email for July 4th just saying that you had gotten sick on July 3rd of 2015, correct?
Yes.
And you left work they got it at 10:07 p.m. and that they just wanted to put that in attendance roster, correct?
Yes.
So at that point in time, you went by, when you're coming home, you said you called Mr. Gent, who was your boyfriend at the time and later your husband, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Gent came to pick you up because you were sick, correct, ma'am?
Yes.
And you guys drove by a bar called 62 South, correct?
Yes.
And the 62 South bar, it's just a roadside bar there in Bardstown, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you saw your Chrysler 300, correct? Or what you thought was your Chrysler 300.
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Gent, I think that's my car, something like that, correct?
Yes.
And then you guys drove a little ways and you went to the McDonald's there in Bardstown, correct?
Yes.
And I assume got yourself some food.
Yes.
So I don't know, how far is it from Orbis to 62?
A few miles.
Well, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, somewhere in there.
5-10 minutes. Yes.
And so then you leave, we drive by 62, see that, then you go to McDonald's, you get something, you come back, and at that point you decide, hey, I want my car back, right?
Correct.
So you had the key fob, as you described to the Commonwealth,
Yes.
and you went by, and Mr. Gent drove you back to 62 South, correct?
Yes.
And you did the chip chip? Like,
Yes.
that's my car, right?
Yes.
So you said, I'm taking it back.
Yes.
Now, you told us, and I know you're no longer with Mr. Gent, correct? You all aren't married anymore.
No, we're not.
So, how long were you married to him, ma'am?
2 years or so. I don't know.
So, do you remember when you got married, when you got divorced?
I know we got married on October 30th, 2015.
And it was a couple years after that.
Yes.
Fair enough. So, you then take your Chrysler, or the Chrysler that's financed to Capital One,
Yes.
from the 62 South bar, you said to Mr. Gent's grandparents' house, correct?
Yes.
You told the FBI, because you said you didn't remember the exact address, you told the FBI back on October 20th that the address was 7645 Boston Road. Does that sound right?
That is correct.
Okay.
So if I could have you pull up the map that we show an opening statement. If you can you turn around just real quick? So this is the Bardstown area. Do you recognize that on the map, Ms. Llama?
Yes.
And I believe that the McDonald's in Bardstown is generally in this area right here, which is near the courthouse. Is that accurate?
Near the new courthouse, yes.
And this road here, 62, which is where the 62 South Bar name comes from, correct?
Yes.
So it's someplace and generally in this area, right? I don't know exactly where it's at, but
Yes.
They're utilizing a map with Chrysler, the house on the Lawson Road, and Crystal Rogers' vehicle on it. This witness has no idea the accuracy of that map or anything else. They introduce that to someone else, but they want to use a clean map and talk about Boston. And they're just putting it in front of the jury for a witness who.
I'm not going to introduce this map to this person.
Well, I understand that, but she has no knowledge about any of that. Because
She has no idea where Crystal Rogers' car is.
I'm not going to ask her where Crystal Rogers' car is, but I'm going to ask her where the Mr. Jacob.
Will the map be introduced through another
Yes.
witness later in the
Yes.
trial?
Yes.
So I'll allow
Thank you.
basically, I believe it's going to be introduced in open.
Okay, Ms. Allen, so when we left off, we were talking about 62 South Bar, which is here in Bardstown, just a little bit, I guess, northeast of downtown Bardstown, correct?
Yes.
And the 62 is also known as Boston Road, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Gent's grandparents live at 7645 Boston Road, correct?
Yes.
You can take that down then. Now, you were interviewed on, I think, let me make sure I'm getting this right, on October 20th of 2020, correct?
I believe so.
And that was by the FBI, correct, ma'am?
Yes.
And sum and substance, they were asking you similar things that you and I just talked about, correct?
Yes.
And you advised them about taking your car back that night and taking it to 7645 Boston Road, correct?
Yes.
It was, I think, one FBI agent named Steve Carey and another one, I may get her name wrong, Brandy.
I don't remember.
There's two of them, right? A man and a woman.
Yes.
And they were very kind to you, correct?
Oh, yes.
And it was more of a conversation, correct?
Yes.
I think they actually came to your work and you all went to a conference room and just had a talk, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it's not, no one likes to talk to the FBI, but they were kind, correct?
That's a real quote.
And then they came back and talked to you back again in, I think, 2022 and followed up a little bit with you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And again, they were conversational and they were kind to you, correct?
Yes.
Video.
And again, you told them about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And
Oh, there we go.
we'll talk a little bit more about this. At no time in those conversations with the FBI did you provide any information about anything about overhearing Steve and Joey Lawson moving the body, correct?
Correct.
And one of the first things the FBI always does when they talk to somebody is they advise that they're federal agents, correct?
Correct.
Typically, they'll actually show you the badge and say, hey, this is my credentials, correct?
Correct.
Part of their policy. And one of the things that they always explain to people when they talk to them is it's different talking to them, that if you don't tell them the truth,
they can actually charge you with a federal felony crime, correct?
Correct.
I think they call it 1001 lying to the FBI, correct?
Well,
I guess.
there's some
Well,
people
they
in
tell you
Kenya
can't
and
lie
they
to them,
need
it's
to
felony,
talk
pretty much,
to.
correct?
Correct.
Now,
Especially, Ms.
you were
Devers.
interviewed on August the 22nd of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you were interviewed by the Kentucky State Police. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So at this point, this would be the third interview that you've been given to law enforcement, 2 with the FBI and 1 with the state police, correct?
Yes.
And before this interview, they'd actually come to your house. So I guess it's kind of a 4th interview, correct?
You would say so, yes.
Yeah, they came in, they talked to you a little bit at your house. Man was nice to you, correct?
Yes.
Asked if you to come in the next day or 2 or thereafter, and you did, correct?
Yes.
And during that interview, you again advised July 3rd, got sick, left, see my car, take it to 7645 Boston Road, correct?
Yes.
And during this interview, you never
That is
advised
true.
anything about Joey Lawson, Steve Lawson moving a body, correct?
No, I did not.
Now, during that interview, you actually told him, I honestly don't know anything other than what I'm telling you about my car. Do you recall that
Not,
specifically?
not
Let me see if I can,
specifically.
let me show that one to you.
Sorry, we saw that. We saw you picking your nose. You got in there a little bit.
Lost
A
my
little
own
bit.
place. Sorry. No, it's the wrong one.
All right.
You know why? I'm looking at the wrong transcript, so don't be nervous, okay?
It's probably watching Netflix or playing Candy Crush.
Yeah, approach it.
You may.
So what I'm showing you, so I'm finding, what I'm showing you is your August 22nd, 2023 interview, okay?
So rude of them. Well, he's probably playing the Colonel Sanders dating game.
So now that you've had a chance to refresh your memory, Miss Snellen, that day you told him that you didn't know anything about Steve Lawson having anything to do with this Crystal Rogers matter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you all had a conversation after that, as we talked about. You advised what you told us here today, what you told everybody going back to the FBI about this car going 7645 Boston Road. You told the KSP that day, that, like you did today, that sometime within the next 24 hours or so, the car was taken back, correct?
Yes.
Is not
Now,
a flattering sweater. I do not like
at the
those
end of
colors
that interview,
at all.
you were advised if you thought of anything else, give them a call back, correct?
Yes.
Now, you went back on September the 20th of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, when you went back, and I'm not asking these questions to embarrass you, okay? All right. You go back
about
to
pooping?
September 20th of 2023. You actually called the state police and said, hey, I thought of something, I have some more information, correct?
Yes.
So you invited yourself to go see them, correct?
Yes.
And what you had thought of at that time is Joey Lawson had sent me some text messages earlier in 2015, and the sum and substance of those were that he was trying to figure out where he was on the July 3rd, 4th weekend of 2015, correct?
Not exactly.
We'll come back to that, but he's texting you about the July 3rd and 4th weekend.
Joey is?
Okay. And you wanted the police to know that. You thought that might be important.
Yes.
Now, when you walked in there, you were on unsupervised probation, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And importantly, and I'm not going to ask you the details I don't want to know, importantly, you had a Child Protective Services investigation, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And what a Child Protective Services investigation is, without getting into the details, because I don't want to know, that's where they're looking to see whether or not you can continue to keep your child, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, you love your child, correct? I'm not trying to make you cry. I have to ask these questions, okay? But that is one of the first things that comes up in this interview. If you could play clip 49 for us.
Ooh, video.
Just who approached you, mate?
Yeah, I think this is.
She's agreed with it. What are they doing? Impeaching her?
No, not impeaching her. I think I'm entitled.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Microphone isn't here.
these microphones. No, what I think I'm entitled to do is show how this statement developed by showing clips, and I think that's very clear to show the coercion.
Oh, coercion. That's what I was thinking.
I'm assuming she's going to admit that occurred. Yeah,
I think she can. Whether she admits it or not, I think under Jenkins versus Commonwealth, which is a Supreme Court case, I'm entitled to show these interrogation clips to show how the coercion occurred and how these statements
Is
came.
that the case you
Yes, sir.
What specific word in there you want? You can point toward it so I don't have to read the whole case. This will be interview tapes. Came for testifying defense and use the tape recordings. It's explained that not offering the recordings to matter asserted, but
Yeah,
for
anything.
the purpose of showing the suggestive and coercive manner was the conducted.
Yeah, this is the problem with a lot of the police interviews they did. Because police are kind of being coercive, but all of these people all of a sudden had things to say, and they had motivation to change their stories a little bit.
Well, I can play the tapes, is what it's saying, to show the coercive nature of the thing. It's not being introduced.
And your expert going to go through all that?
I think I'm entitled to ask her too.
Just have experts going to come in and say they can ask her.
I think you clearly have a right to ask her if they did this. If she denied it, then I think we have a right to play that.
Just that specific, there's a big difference between me asking her, did they say this, and me showing them, and that's what that says.
But you're going to show it through your expert.
Right now, my intention is, I guess it depends on how these next couple of witnesses go.
I'm sorry, I'll let you play it through your expert. I didn't know.
If we're going to do it, then I mean, nope. If you're going to overrule me, no, I guess just not my objection.
I'm not preventing you from later doing.
Okay.
I just don't think it's correct through this witness. I think you have a right to ask her if she denies something to play it to show.
I agree with that. Yes, sir.
But
I'm not prohibiting you. You're expert in playing whatever he thinks is improper.
Yes, sir.
No problem with that.
So you told them that you called them because Joey had contacted you about where he was on July the 3rd. You recall that? We talked a little bit about that a second ago.
Yes.
And you wanted the state police to know this, right?
Right.
Joey didn't ask you to lie about anything, but he did ask you questions about where he was at, correct? Through text. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's important because these were text messages.
Oh,
correct?
thank you, on
Correct.
X for
Now-
another super sticker. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Sometime before you went into this interview,
You're the best.
you had deleted a lot of text messages, correct?
Right.
And the reason you did that was a good thing. You deleted these text messages because you were trying, again, I'm not trying to embarrass you. You've been on drugs for a long time, as you talked about in a direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you had this CPS investigation, Child Protective Services investigation, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things about that, of course, is that you have to be drug clean, correct? That's one of the things that they were monitoring.
Yes.
And you made a responsible decision that the best thing for me to do is to get rid of my text messages
I'm glad we can
with people that are kind of in that drug.
make it easier.
Right.
And it wasn't just text messages involving Joey Lawson, who you used drugs with, correct?
Correct.
It was other people, and I don't care who they are, but you deleted a bunch, correct?
Yes.
And so when you walked in and you volunteered this information and you said that you had deleted a lot of text messages quite a while ago, it's been a long time ago that you deleted these, wasn't it?
It had been a while. Yes.
The man that was interviewing you was a Kentucky State Trooper named Charles Miller. Do you recall him?
Yes.
And Detective Miller immediately threatened you with tampering with physical evidence, which is a felony that carries 1 to 5 years in prison, didn't he?
I believe so.
So there you are. You've come in trying to provide anything that you can that might assist in an investigation.
That's
You
not
know
great.
you've got this, the thing that's most important in the whole world to you, your son, in this Child Protective Services investigation, and they threaten you with a felony charge, don't they?
More or less.
A lot more than a lot less, wasn't it?
I mean, it was difficult. Yes.
So during this interview, you're in a room probably not much bigger than the area from the end of the judge's bench to where the deputy sheriff is. Pretty small room, isn't it?
Correct.
It starts out, it's just Detective Miller, correct?
I believe so.
Did you know at the time that there was others back there watching this?
No.
Found out later they were, though, didn't you?
Yes.
And about 14 minutes into this interview, Detective Miller says to you, "Your life is pretty good. You can stay that way if you tell us everything you know." You recall that?
Not right off the top of my
It's
head.
not great for the police to do. Not great. What are you guys? How are you guys feeling? Are you finding her credible? I'm curious.
And know it's been a long time, and I know this isn't any fun, but do you recall taking a look at our notes? Does that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So he told you your life's pretty good. You can stay that way if you tell us everything you know, correct?
Correct.
Then 23 minutes into this interview, and at that point, you've not said anything about that you overheard Joey say something about moving a body.
Yeah.
He told you better have some answers. Then he left the room. You recall that?
Yes.
Then he tells you, I'm the best friend you have right now. Recall that?
Yes.
At this point, Heather, you hadn't done anything wrong, had you?
No.
Then 35 minutes in, they told you, your life might be ruined if you don't remember more, didn't they?
Yes.
Your life might be ruined if you don't remember more. Then they told you it's the highest profile case in Kentucky history. Remember that?
Yes.
Then they told you, now we're about an hour into this. You know more. You need to reflect on whether you want to raise your little boy, didn't they?
Yes.
So now they threatened you with a felony for something you didn't do wrong. They know that you have a Child Protective Services investigation, and now they're threatening you with not raising your child. Didn't they?
Yes.
At different times through this, Heather, you cried.
Yes.
At one point, you had a panic attack because of how they were treating you.
Yes.
But she wasn't getting paid.
An hour and 16 minutes into this, you told them, I don't know anything else. You recall that?
Yes.
So now we're 2 interviews with the FBI, 2 interviews with the state police. So people treated you well, right?
Yes.
And we're an hour and 16 minutes into an interview where they're telling you they're going to take your child away and give you a felony, right?
Yes.
2 minutes later, you told them, I can't remember anything else, didn't you?
Yes.
And you said, I don't remember anything else again, didn't you?
Yes.
You said, I don't recall anything more multiple times. You remember that?
Yes.
And then this Detective Miller says, well, when people say I don't recall anymore, that means they're lying. Correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
And then it threatened you with being charged with perjury if you told a grand jury or any other group what you told the FBI twice, right? He threatened you with being charged with perjury if you didn't remember more, correct?
I believe so.
At no point did you have a lawyer in there? Did you?
No.
You were in there. At that point, it was just the 2 of you, right?
Correct.
With the others watching. Then in a minute or an hour and a half into this, Detective Miller says, when you come off of it,
Fun.
then you get to go home with your son, right?
Yes.
So you were given the choice of remembering more, not being charged with a felony, getting to go home with your son, and getting to raise your son, or you could remember more, right? That's what they did to you. And then, an hour and 37 minutes and 59 seconds into this interview, for the first time, after this being the 5th interview, that's when you said you overheard Joey and Steve talk about moving a body, correct?
Yes.
5 interviews.
And you told them you were in the basement, right?
Yes.
You were doing your laundry, correct?
Correct.
So obviously that's making noise, correct?
Correct.
And you told them you could only hear bits and pieces because you were doing your laundry, correct?
Yes.
You told them you even asked yourself if you heard them right, correct?
Yes.
And I'm not trying to be embarrassing here. You were doing methamphetamine at the time, is what you told them.
Correct.
And that's the first time that you ever had said any of this, right?
Correct.
Now, that didn't end there, though, did it?
No.
No, it went on for another 3 hours of this, didn't it?
Wow.
Yes.
Because they wanted more, right?
Yes.
At one point, this Miller man started beating on the table and screaming at you, calling you a liar, didn't he?
Correct.
In a little room about the size of where the sheriff and the judge's bench is.
Correct.
Just you and a Kentucky State policeman screaming at you, calling you a liar, right?
Yes.
Yes. This is not great. Not great.
At that point, you had a panic attack, didn't you?
Yes.
He starts screaming at you because you'd never said this before. I guess he never stopped and reflected what he had done to you. But at that point, you said, you never mentioned anything about Joey and Steve allegedly moving the body because they were always high and drunk and big bullshitters, correct?
Yes.
He didn't like that one either, did he?
No.
He didn't like that at all. At that point, 2 hours and 22 minutes into this interview, he said, I want to be with my son. I don't have anything else. You recall that?
Yes.
They didn't let you go, though, did they?
No.
Then you got Kentucky State Policeman number 2, Brian Luckett comes in the room, correct?
Yes.
Now there's 2 of them in there, right?
Correct.
And then Detective Luckett says he didn't care how involved you were. You remember that?
Yes.
You weren't involved in anything, were you?
No.
And then he tells you, I don't care if you pulled the trigger to kill Crystal Rogers, you aren't going to jail today. You remember that?
Yes.
That's shocking, isn't it?
Yes.
Yikes.
So here you are, you say something bad about Joey over here, you get to go home and be with your son. You don't say something bad about Joey, Heather loses her child and goes to jail, right?
I guess, yes.
And that's what they said to you, isn't it? And then Luckett said he didn't want to see you go to jail, right?
Right.
Then you were offered immunity, meaning as long as you tell us what we want to hear, nothing bad's going to happen to you, right?
Right.
You hadn't done anything wrong, had you?
Right. No.
And then they tell you, then they say, because they're not getting what they want, really. Then they say, we have a witness that saw you with Steve Lawson on July the 3rd. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you with Steve
I don't
Lawson on
think
July
so.
3rd?
No.
They were lying to you, weren't they?
Yes.
And
I
you
know.
knew they were lying to you
Yes.
because you were at work, right?
Yes.
You were with your boyfriend, right?
Yes.
And then you took your car to your boyfriend's grandparents' house, and you had nothing to do with Steve Lawson that night, did you?
Correct.
But that didn't stop it either, did it?
No.
It kept going, didn't it?
Yes.
And then they told you, you remember that little boy when you're talking to us, didn't they?
Yes.
Well, you knew what that meant, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to take your child if we don't like how this ends, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Then
it's
he
not great,
says,
Juju.
Detective Luckett, 3 hours into this,
Means we have nothing.
that little boy's your life. That was true, right?
Yes.
In fact, in this interview that you unfortunately invited yourself to, you had a shirt on that says Boy Mom, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you love that little boy.
Oh,
And he says he depends on you to hug him, didn't he?
Yes.
He depends on you to be there for him, doesn't he?
Yes.
You knew what that meant, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. You don't do what they say, then you're not going to be there to hug your little boy. But it didn't stop there either, did it, Heather?
No.
I'm surprised
Then
they
he
haven't.
says, I can
neglected to be
hear
honest.
your little boy. He loves you. Enough little boys are without their mamas. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Probably something you'll never forget. And that's what he says just a few minutes before they let you take a smoke break so you can think about where you are in your life, right?
Yes.
At this point in the smoke, after you come back from the smoke break, you're thinking at the time, you actually had plans with your son that night, didn't you?
Yes.
You were supposed to pick him up from someone was watching him, I think, if I remember
Correct.
and you all had dinner plans and things like that.
Yes.
And you weren't expecting to be there for 4.5 hours, correct?
No.
Yeah. They have these kind of interviews with numerous people, and it's not great. It is
At
coercive,
this point, you came back in.
not great.
For the first time ever, you said Joey and Steve murdered Crystal Rogers, didn't you?
I don't believe I said that. Maybe I did.
False confessions, that's a problem. Being awful to someone during arrest is not. No, I haven't, but
3 hours, 20 minutes, and 45 seconds.
quite a few. Oh, are we getting video?
You mind if I come over there?
Yes.
That's how that always works out, right? I don't know if they're going to show her interrogation video or not. Yeah, that's my problem with Steve and Joey Lawson being involved with this. Kind of the same thing happened with Steve, too. And I think some of the other witnesses we'll hear from. And that just goes to show how desperate they were to conclude this case. Like, I don't know. Some of the stuff still doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I will say I do find her very credible. It doesn't seem like she made up a whole bunch of other stuff to get them off her back. And she did write that statement to them, like, I told you I didn't know anything else. So Heather to me does seem credible. And the car stealing, not stealing, taking it back scenario gives me some questions. Like, how does that fit into the timeline of things? I don't know. I'll have to go back at my notes. What is he doing? All right, guys. Well, I'm going to leave this all running. I'll try to put up closed caption stuff when it changes videos. I'm going to take the banner down on who's on stand because I won't be around to fix that. But I will be back around 1 o'clock. So please don't burn my channel down because I do not have insurance on it.
There's so much. It's going to play for you.
Oh, we are getting video. Oh. I do that one. I should behave yourselves. But I'll see y'all in a little bit, okay?
No. Spill it out. All right. I promise you. All right. I'm here with you. All right. I don't know all the long time, okay? All right. Spill it all the way out. How did they say this? How did this conversation go through the conversation?
Like I said, it's like a conversation and it come up. It's like I guess in this conversation. Didn't want to get you out.
What were the exact words? What did you say?
I said, do what? And he said, oh, no, that's not, no, that's not.
What did they say that we were doing?
They had been informed. In July, Texas, seemed like that was the didn't.
Okay, at this point, we are 3 hours and 20 minutes into this interview. Okay?
Okay.
You have just set the stage. That took longer than we hoped it would take. Okay? You've just been sitting on a smoke break to think about your child, right?
Right.
And for the first time, that's when you said, well, Joey and Steve killed her, right?
Awesome. I couldn't hear it.
That's what you said.
Okay.
You said you all were drunk and high, right? At the time.
Okay.
You said that Joey said you all misheard, or Joey and Steve said you misheard that, right?
Right.
And that's the first time, 3 hours and 21 minutes and 59 seconds into this interview, after all these threats that you said, anything about Joey and Steve.
this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call.
Yes.
Mr. Young, call your next witness.
It's Robin Mills.
Robin Mills.
Yes, sir.
If you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. If you have a seat right over there, please sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Wilsowski, proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Mills. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, what your name is and the business you're currently involved with.
Robin Mills. I'm a civil engineer.
How long have you been a civil engineer?
It's since 1992. So
And do you, does that include work in Bardstown, Nelson County? Do you do some of that?
been in Nelson County since 2001.
All right. And what's a civil engineer? Just briefly, I know it's pretty complicated for us, we're not civil engineers. But tell us a little bit about the kind of work you do so that they understand.
My specialty is site development. So I do everything outside the building, the parking lots, drainage, utilities, subdivisions. I do subdivision streets.
Did you, in your work there, Ms. Mills, did you ever have the opportunity to work with or be acquainted with the defendant, Brooks Houck?
Yes, he was a client.
All right. And what was it? What kind of work were you doing for him?
He owned the Copperfields subdivision.
Tell them what is Copperfield subdivision?
Copperfield subdivision. It's a single-family residential development. I've worked on that development for over 20 years, and so it's had multiple phases. So I designed all the streets, laid out the lots for the houses, and drainage and utilities for that development.
And you and I have met before, and have we not?
Yes.
And I asked you, when did you work on that? When was it completed, the work you did for Mr. Houck at Copperfields?
For that initial phase, it was in, I think our approvals were dated February of 2015. But we had all the plans were completed and the approvals were done.
Now, and we're on page 4 of the timeline for the jury. I'm going to show this to you. You ever saw this before?
You showed it to me.
All right. Take a look at that. And is it down at the bottom of page 4? Can you tell that for the jury? Is it in the bottom of page 4?
Yes.
All right.
Do you want me to read it?
No, I'm going to.
Okay.
Everybody's. This is a report prepared by Mr. Houck concerning activities, work he did on July the 3rd of 2015. And you and I have talked about that, haven't we, July 3rd? All right. And read what that says there at the bottom of page 4 to this report. It's exhibit 28 for the record. Go ahead, you may do that.
Prepared development to start on phase 5 in the front of Copperfield subdivision for a total of 49 additional lots. Organized utility layout for engineers at Horizon Engineers. Principal engineer Robin Mills.
Now, on July the 3rd, were you engaged in any of this kind of work?
I was not in the office on July 3rd.
All right. Do you have any contact or communication on the 3rd with Brooks Houck?
No.
You sure for that?
Yeah.
All right. In fact, you and I talked about where you were on the 3rd.
Right.
Where were you, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, on July the 3rd of 2015?
My daughter, she was in high school at the time. She was in the Governor Scholar program and was spending 6 weeks at Moorhead University, and that was family weekend. So we were in Moorhead to see my daughter.
All right. Before I mark this, you familiar with this?
Yeah, I gave it to you.
All right.
That's how I remember
Why'd you give that to me?
Why did I get it?
Uh-huh.
Well, to be honest, when y'all first talked to me, I couldn't remember what I was doing on that day. So I started looking back in my photos and checkbook and records to try to figure out where I was, and I found this.
And what is that you found?
It's an itinerary for what was going on in Moorhead that day. Freedom Fest. It was like a 4th of July celebration. And the first two, like the Baldwin Memorial 5K Governor Scholar Program. So she was a runner. She was in that. And then there was a parade at 6 p.m. sponsored by GSP, which was the program she was there with.
And that's where you were on July the 3rd with your daughter,
Yes.
celebrating her college success.
Yes.
All right. I'd like to mark this and I read 42. There these little stickers. Oh, here we are. All right. Sorry. 40. It's 42 now. Judge, I will move for the admission of Exhibit 42 testified to by Ms. Mills here a moment or two ago.
Any objection to 42?
Oh, sorry.
That it be published.
It may.
Sure.
Yes, I'll show it's introduced at this time. It may be published.
I'm going to show you here another item. You recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that? Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen here, Ms. Mills?
This is my checkbook. I keep it on my laptop. I keep a checkbook and balance my checkbook every month. And so it's all the transactions from my bank account.
All right. What was important about that?
It confirms that I was in Moorhead on July 3rd.
All right. And that's what you told us when you and I sat down and talked. So.
Right. And then it has the nail art. I think I went there that morning and got a pedicure. And then we went to Moorhead that afternoon.
All right. Let me mark this. This will be Exhibit 43. Let me show this to council for a moment. Judge, this is marked as Exhibit 43, described by Ms. Mills here a moment ago, and we have that admitted in the sheriff introduced it to the jury.
Any objection to 43? I'll show it's introduced at this time and it may be published to the jury.
You had no dealings with at all, personal, professional, or otherwise, with Brooks Houck on July the 3rd of 2015?
No.
They or not?
No.
Answer. Let me check with my colleagues just for a moment, make sure I'm covered. Ms. Mills, extend the same courtesy to these colleagues here today. Ask your questions, would you please?
Mr. Butler, any cross?
Very briefly. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
So, man, you said you've been working on the Copperfield subdivision for, I thought you said how many years?
Well, there's multiple phases.
Yes, ma'am.
So this was phase 5.
Okay.
So the initial phases were with, they were Downs Lumber. That's who originally owned that subdivision. And then it went into foreclosure. And so I think Brooks bought it from the bank. And so this was the first phase that Brooks worked on.
So do you recall when it started? Like what the first phase was? What year? I thought you said it and I didn't quite hear it.
Actually, it was going. I started in Bardstown. I first worked at Hips Engineering.
Yes, ma'am.
And that project, they were working on the first phase whenever I started working at Hips Engineering. So it was one of the first projects
What
I
year?
became a client. The 2001.
That's what I missed.
Yes.
So these phases have been going since 2001.
Correct.
So if you can just pop that up real quick, Sandy. I think it's page 4.
Yes. I promise just a couple of questions.
Okay.
to chat here. So if you go down here, Sandy, where it says prepare, you see that?
Yeah, it's on
Those-
this paper, yeah.
Yeah, whatever's easiest for you. You know, see where Brooks Houck says he met with you to prepare. You can't prepare a development for a phase in an afternoon, can you? These are year-long projects.
No, and I was done with the plans in early of 2015.
And same here. He doesn't say he met with you on July 3rd. These are things that you have to get done, and it's an ongoing process, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Any cross? Any redirects, Wasowski?
No, thank you, Judge.
Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be foully excused.
Yes.
You're foully excused. You may go. Thank you. Call your next witness,
Ashley Nally.
Ashley Nally. If you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? We'll have a seat right over there. Try to sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Young, proceed when you're ready.
Would you please introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm Ashley Nally,
Okay, Miss Nally, I don't want to know where you live, but could you tell me what county you live in?
Nelson County.
Okay, and if you would, please direct your answers to the jury, okay? And what do you do for a living?
I build houses.
Okay, and how long have you been doing that?
15, 16 years myself, but long
Okay.
term.
Back in July of 2015, who were you working for?
We built for Brooks Houck,
Okay, you mean we, who's we?
me and my husband.
Okay, and did you work directly for Brooks Houck?
Yes,
Okay, and what did you all do for him?
we framed his houses.
You framed houses, all right. Are you familiar with Crystal Rogers?
Yes,
How long had you known Crystal Rogers in 2015?
I mean, we all grew up in Bardstown, so I've known her since we were kids.
Okay, and were you all friends?
No,
Okay, and you said that with a smile. Go ahead and tell me what.
I mean, we had personality conflicts. I mean, we just didn't always get along, but she was not my cup of tea, but
Okay, just different people.
yes,
All right. And are you familiar? So you're familiar with the defendant in this action, right?
yes,
Okay. And were you also familiar? Were you aware they had a child together?
yes,
Okay, and what was the name of that child?
Eli,
Okay. And would you see Crystal at the job site sometimes?
yes.
Okay.
Periodically, she would come to the job sites.
Okay. And who would she usually have with her?
Eli,
Eli? How often would you see her with Eli?
every time I saw her, I never saw her without Eli.
Okay. And did you get to observe her to be a mother?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell me what type of mother she was?
She was an amazing mother.
And she had other kids, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so if you had to describe Crystal's personality as it relates to, would you consider yourself a country girl?
Yes.
Okay. And describe what type of person in that relation Crystal is.
I don't think that I think she was more the type to stay in the city limits, to do things with her kids and not the things that I do.
Okay. And what kind of things are that?
I mean, I ride razors and four-wheelers and go mudding every weekend, so
Okay. Was she an outdoorsy person?
I don't think so.
Okay. And the have you ever seen interactions where Crystal would get angry with the defendant?
Yes.
And have you ever did you ever have a conversation as it relates to the defendant about Crystal and Eli?
Yes.
And what was that?
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I'm nervous.
It's okay.
I apologize. There was, a time where I asked why Brooks didn't leave Crystal with all the fighting and arguing.
And who'd you ask that to?
Brooks.
Okay.
And he said, because I won't lose Eli.
Because what now?
I won't lose Eli.
Okay. So he said, I won't lose Eli?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on one second, okay? It's not going to be right.
Okay.
Judge, I don't have any further questions this time from Ms. Allen.
Mr. Butler, any cross?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that, folks. Miss Nally, you recall being interviewed by the FBI?
Absolutely.
In fact, you were interviewed by the FBI in 2021, correct?
I was interviewed by the FBI multiple times.
Well, specifically, I'm referring to your interview on January 20th of 2021 with Special Agent Steve Carey. Do you recall that?
I mean, I was interviewed several times, so to differentiate which one at a time and date is.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm happy to show you the transcript, anything you need. You were interviewed on January 20th of 2021 by Special Agent Steve Carey.
Okay. I mean, I was interviewed several times, so yes, probably.
Do you recall telling Special Agent Carey that you had problems with your memory?
I told him that I do not remember. I mean, I'm sure I don't remember everything, every date of every time.
I'm going to read it, what it
Yes,
says, and you're welcome to look, okay?
No, you're fine, sir.
All right.
Just,
You may.
I just think he needs to let her look at it first to see if she can refresh her recollection before I read it in front of a jury.
I can do it, but I've only got it on a computer, but I'm happy to show it to you.
Just show it on the computer.
Yeah, I'll just bring it to the
Yeah,
computer.
thank you. I'm not trying to be picky.
Okay, ma'am, is it okay if I come over here? All right, what I'm showing you is, and you know, this is your answer. Special Agent Carey, it's not a big deal. Does that refresh your memory?
I mean, I'm sure I said that.
Okay. So my question was, you told Special Agent Carey, I have a problem with my memory.
Mm-hmm.
You told him I used to be a drug addict.
And I was.
And now, you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury today that Crystal, you described her as a wonderful mother.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall in that same interview, man, that you said she was a drug addict and drank every day?
I said that probably, but she was still a good mom. That doesn't have any bearings on the fact that she was a good mother.
Are you aware that not a single person in her family has ever described her as a drug addict or a drunk?
Well, I'm sorry, but as a drug addict and as somebody who was, in a conversation about Adderall and other alcoholic beverages, it's not always.
So it's your testimony to this jury that she was a drunk and a drug addict,
I
even
didn't
though
say she was a drunk and a drug addict.
that's exactly what you said, man.
I said we talked about Adderall and alcoholic beverages.
I'm going to show you page 17.
Yes.
refresh your memory.
I don't remember saying that.
So do you recall telling Special Agent Carey, and I'll tell you something, it's not going to make me sound real good, but the week before she, meaning Crystal, went missing, me and her got in an argument, and we never did get along. I've known her since I was a kid. I can't stand that girl. Everything they said on TV is a lie. She was a drug addict, and she drank every day and everything. Is that what you told the FBI?
I may have, I don't recall, and I just told you that, so.
Well, would it help you if we played it for the jury?
I mean, I'm just saying, I don't recall saying that. I didn't say I didn't say it.
Fair enough. And man, you, as you sit here, are a convicted felon as well, correct?
Mhm.
No, that's all the questions I have.
Any cross? Any redirect? Just read.
Ashley. Ms. Nally, you testified on direct examination that you and Crystal didn't get along. Is
No,
that correct?
no, sir. we
That's
didn't.
no secret.
No.
Okay, the statement that Brooks Houck made to you about he would not lose Eli, is that the truth?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Butler?
No, sir.
Anything else? Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be foully excused? If you're foully excused, you may go. Call your next witness.
Heather Snelling.
Heather Snelling. Certainly. And if you'll come forward, I need you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You'll have a seat right over there. Please sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Right, if you could hit the mute button.
Judge, this witness only has testimony as it relates to Joey. Miss Snellen, I believe, will testify, and correct me if I'm wrong, Shane, she
No,
will
you're not
testify that Joey Lawson and Steve Lawson moved Crystal Rogers' body. That doesn't apply to us. We would ask for, we don't believe there's any hearsay exception that would allow it. Obviously, it's admissible. You've already overruled our motion for joint trial. We would preserve that. But we would ask for an admonition at the end of this that they cannot be considered against Brooks Houck.
Obviously, it's a statement of self-interest for either one of them to say. And they're all charged, and he's charged with complicity in murder, and Joey Lawson's charged with conspiracy. All of this is inextricably intertwined.
I'll tell you what, why don't we have to take the testimony first so I can hear what the witness has
Yes.
to say, and then we'll come back to the bench.
Yes, that sounds great.
Ms. Snellen, would you please introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen, jury?
Hello,
Who are you? You got-
my name is Heather Snelling.
Okay, and if you would direct your answers towards them. So, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And what county do you live in?
Nelson County,
Okay, and where are you employed?
at Communicare.
Okay, and do you have any children?
Yes,
Okay, and is the son?
yes,
Okay, and how old is your son?
he's 5.
Okay, and are you familiar with the defendant, Joseph Lawson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you know the defendant, Brooks Houck?
I've heard the name, but I don't know him personally.
Okay, so you don't know Brooks Houck?
No, sir.
All right. And are you familiar with Steve Lawson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is he related to Joseph Lawson?
Yes,
And what's the relationship between the two?
it's his father.
Okay, so it's a father-son relationship?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was the nature, what was the nature of your relationship with Steve Lawson?
We dated years
Okay.
ago.
Okay, and how long have you known Joseph and Steve Lawson?
I want to say probably since 2012, 2013.
Okay, so a little over 10 years?
Yes.
All right. And what was the nature of your relationship when you all first met?
We were just friends, co-workers.
Okay, and where'd y'all work?
Orbis.
Orbis, and where's Orbis located?
It's in Bardstown.
Okay. And is that a manufacturing facility?
Yes.
Now, did you ever date Steve Lawson?
Yes.
Okay, and did you all ever live together?
Yes.
All right, and when was this?
2014.
Okay, and do you still associate with either Joseph or Steve Lawson?
No.
Okay, and when was the last time you would have associated with them?
Let's see. Steve Lawson was back in 2017, and Joey Lawson was in 2023.
Okay, and do you remember what month specifically Joseph Lawson?
April.
Okay. Now, while you were living with and dating Steve Lawson, did you all acquire any property together?
Yes.
What did you acquire?
A 2013 Chrysler 300.
Okay, and whose name was that in?
It was in both of our names.
Okay, and when did you all break? Did you all break up at some point?
Yes. It was shortly after buying the car.
Okay, and when was that?
I don't remember the exact month, but it was in 2014.
Okay, so y'all were together for a short while. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and when you all broke up, who got the car?
I was left with the vehicle.
Okay, and who made the payments?
I did.
All right, and did the car ever become a source of contention?
Yes.
Okay, so explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what was going on with this car.
I was making the payments. I was doing all the things that need to be done on the car, and it was taken from me while I was at work without my knowledge.
And who took the car?
Steve Lawson.
All right. And when was that?
It was in early 2015.
Okay. Did you ever get the car back?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you remember when that was? It was early. What year? What year? I'm sorry.
What year did I get it back?
No. What year was it taken from you?
Early 2015.
Early 2015.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
Did you ever get the car back?
Yes.
And what year was that?
In 2015.
Okay. Do you remember what month it was?
It was July.
All right. And specifically, do you remember the night of July 3rd, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you remember that night?
Because I had left work early. I was sick. And I had my ex-husband pick me up from work.
Okay. 1 second. I got to mark this and show counsel. It's just the worksheet, the worksheet, document sheet up there. I'm going to show you what's marked Commonwealth Exhibit number 44.
Okay.
Could you take a look at that? It's really good.
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That's a doctor's note.
Okay. And what date did you leave work? Does it say what date what the note was for?
Yes. It was for July 3rd, 2015.
Okay. And did you go to work that day?
Yes, I did that
Okay.
night.
Does this fairly and accurately represent, does it discuss you leaving work that night?
Yes.
Okay, and Judge, I move to introduce Commonwealth Exhibit 44.
Any objection?
No, sir.
I'll show 44 is introduced at this time. It may be published to the jury.
So what shift were you working in?
It was a 12-hour shift, so it was from 7 at night to 7 in the morning.
Okay, and did you complete your shift on July 3rd?
No, I did not.
Do you remember about what time you left?
About 10 o'clock.
And was that due to you being sick?
Yes.
Okay. And tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did you drive yourself from work?
No, I did not.
Okay, so explain to them about leaving work.
So I asked to leave. I was sick. My ex-husband at the time, Thomas Gent, had my car that I was driving. So I called, had him pick me up, and we left from there.
Okay, and this wasn't the Chrysler 300?
No, it was, I don't even know. What it
Okay.
was.
And so you left there and went where?
We went to McDonald's to grab me something to eat.
Okay. And then did you go home?
No,
What did you all do?
we swung back by to where 62 South was because I had thought I spotted the Chrysler.
Okay, is this before you went to McDonald's?
No, this was after.
Okay. And did you in fact spot the Chrysler?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened after that.
Once we spotted the Chrysler, we did go to McDonald's first, grab the food. We come back through, and I had the extra key fob. So I checked to make sure it was my vehicle. It was.
How did you check to make sure it was your vehicle?
I clicked the unlock button.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
And noticed it was mine. So I got out of the passenger seat as my ex-husband now was driving my car. And I got into the Chrysler and I drove away.
Okay. Do you remember what the weather was that night?
It was a little rainy.
Okay. And I may have already asked this and I apologize, but what time around the time period? What time?
It was about a little after 10.
Okay.
Now.
And what did you all do? So were you driving the Chrysler?
Yes,
Okay. And where did you take the Chrysler?
to Boston Road.
Okay. And specifically where at? Do you know on Boston?
Not the exact address, but it was my ex-husband's grandparents' house.
Okay. And we've heard some testimony about Boston Road, and that's traveling west towards Elizabethtown and Bullitt County. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And it parallels the Bluegrass Parkway.
yes.
Okay. Now, what did you all do with the car when you got there?
We parked it in his grandparents' driveway, and we left
Okay. And did you all go back to the car?
the next day. Yes,
Okay. And what did you all do the next day with the car?
we cleaned it out.
Okay. And what did you find in the car?
We found needles, tourniquets, blankets, a bag, or a big, large garbage bag of soured, wet clothes.
Now, where was that at?
It was in the trunk.
Okay.
And we also found a Louisville Slugger bag.
Okay. Now, did the car get taken back at some point?
Yes,
Do you remember when that was?
it was not that day of the 4th, but it was probably that night of the 4th, if not the next day, so
Okay.
5th.
So during daylight hours of the 4th, did you all have the car?
Yes,
Okay, but you believe sometime either on the night of the 4th or the morning of the 5th it was taken?
yes.
Okay, do you know who it was taken by?
My guess was either
Well, you don't
Steve
need
or
to guess.
Joe.
Okay, we don't guess. Okay. But it was taken back. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you ever see the car again?
not until months later.
Okay. And at some point, was the car repossessed?
Yes.
All right. Did you have the car when it was repossessed?
No, I was not in possession of the car.
Okay. Did you report the car?
Yes,
Now, that was in 2015, correct?
yes,
So at some point, did you ever reconnect with Joseph Lawson's father, Steve Lawson?
yes.
And when was that?
In 2017,
Okay. And do you remember what time in 2017?
it was July 4th.
Okay. And what happened?
His wife at the time had passed away, so I reached out to family to send my condolences.
Okay. And that was approximately 2 years, well, actually 2 years to almost to the date that Crystal Rogers disappeared. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And did you ever speak to the defendant personally after that?
yes.
Okay. Explain, ladies and gentlemen, the circumstances of when you next spoke to Steve Lawson.
After I had reached out to family, to his family to send condolences, he showed up at my apartment. Did not talk to him before that, and said he had been watching me and knew where I was at.
Okay. Now, did he ever tell you anything about the Chrysler? Or talk to you about the FBI?
Yes.
What was that?
He told me at one point that the FBI.
You may approach.
know you got a hearsay objection.
I'm assuming
I know you got a hearsay
Yeah.
objection.
we're talking about Steve Lawson.
Yes, sir. And what she's going to testify to, and I'll tell you, I think what she's going to testify to is that he told her the FBI was going to come talk to her, and her response is, why? And he told her that it was they think it was involved something to do with Crystal Rogers' murder, and she says, was that you? And he goes, we're not going to talk about that. And I believe that's a statement against interest.
That's not. Well, it's not a statement against interest. I mean, you know,
In the context, it is.
I mean, if we want to break and go through all the problems with this lady, I can. But I mean, these are we're backdooring. No, and I'm not going to criticize it, but we're trying to backdoor Steve Lawson's statements in here. The court's found that he's a liar beyond a reasonable doubt. We're going to have to go through every single thing he did and said if we continue to do this to try to show why you can't rely on him. I mean, to put any credibility in him is.
Judge, this happened back in 2017.
It doesn't matter when it happened.
Yes, it does.
She's not a law enforcement officer. Him saying, I'm not going to talk to you about something to someone, how is that reasonably likely to incriminate Steve Lawson?
Because it's
And how is that reliable given what we know about Steve Lawson?
Because it's based on the question she asked him. Were you involved in it?
Go through what you think the answer is.
Okay.
I'm concerned because I don't know what the answer will be when it's actually given.
I don't really know either, and I'm going to be honest with you. But she is that he told her the FBI was going to come talk to her about the car. She said, about what? He goes, they believe it was involved in Crystal Rogers' murder. And she goes, something, I can't tell you the exact words she's going to say, but she asked him if he was involved in that. He goes, we're not going to talk about that.
I don't think that's would qualify under a declaration against interest. I don't think it. I'm not going to talk about it. Does not come out and say he did anything. So I'm going to sustain the objection to that portion.
At some point, did Mr. Lawson advise you that the FBI may come talk to you?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you doing? You were around Steve Lawson during this time, is that correct?
Kinda, yes.
Okay, what were you doing? What were you doing with Mr. Lawson?
I was actually visiting his mother.
Okay. And at some point, were you helping him?
Yes.
Okay, how were you helping him?
I helped him to go through his deceased wife's belongings.
Okay, and were you using anything at his residence?
Yes.
What were you using?
The washer and dryer.
Okay. Did you have a washer and dryer?
No.
Okay. And where was he living at this time?
I think it was called Demery.
Okay. And describe Demery for me. How was this place at Demery set up?
It was a 2-level home. It was just the upstairs, and then you would have to go down to the basement to have the washer and dryer.
And was there anything else downstairs besides the washer and dryer?
I mean, like a little sitting area that we sat at.
Okay. And was there anything dividing the washer and dryer area and the sitting area?
Yes, there was like a half wall.
Okay. And if you come from upstairs to downstairs, would people in the sitting area be able to see you necessarily?
Yes.
Okay. And did you all start dating again at any time?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did that last?
About a month.
Okay. And were you using any narcotics? At this time?
Yes.
Okay. What were you using?
Methamphetamine.
Okay. And how long had you been using that up to that point?
About a year.
Okay. And who was your source of supply at that time?
Joey Lawson.
And anytime when you were over there, would Joey Lawson be at the residence?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever hear any conversations between the defendant and Joey Lawson or Joseph Lawson regarding Crystal Rogers?
Hey, Shane, just real quick, I apologize to you. It'll take a second. I apologize.
make sure I'm preserving my objection to this, and we want that admonition. Sorry.
That's okay. Sure, you should have. Okay. Oh, you're good. Did you ever hear any conversation? I'm trying to remember what I just asked. Did you ever hear any conversation between Joseph Lawson and Steve Lawson as it relates to Crystal Rogers?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
I overheard them talking about moving a body at the Houck farm.
Okay. And was there any discussion of what body that was?
I didn't hear exactly.
Okay. They just heard they had moved a body.
Moved a body.
Okay. And did they, well, let me ask this. Where were you when this conversation occurred?
I was at the washer and dryer.
Okay. And were you all using it at that time?
Yes.
All right. And using what?
Methamphetamine.
Okay. Now, did you turn this over to the police?
Not at that time.
Okay. And why not?
Because I really didn't. I mean, drugs were my main source right then and my main focus.
Okay. And you said, I believe you said that Joseph Lawson was your supplier. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. And were you fond of the police back then?
No.
Okay. And how long, so this was in 2017, did your and Steve's relationship go on?
No.
Okay, and when did it end?
A few months later.
Okay. And at some point, were you contacted by the FBI?
Yes.
Okay, and was this while you were at work?
Yes.
Okay, and was it Orbit still?
No.
Okay, was it different, you're working at a different place?
Yes.
Okay. And were you interviewed by them?
Yes.
Okay, and was that in somewhere around 2020, 21?
Yes.
Okay, and were you still actively using it at that time?
Yes.
Okay, this conversation you overheard between Joseph and Steve Lawson, describing helping move a body, what was it again, to move a body?
At the farm.
At the Houck farm. Did you advise them of that?
No.
Okay, and why not?
Because again, I was still using drugs and I didn't want to mess up what I had.
Okay. And in 2023, were you contacted by the Kentucky State Police?
Yes.
All right. And were you interviewed by them?
Yes.
And how many times were you interviewed?
2 or 3.
Okay. And let's take this. The first interview, when you went in and talked with Kentucky State Police, did you advise them about this statement at that time?
No.
What did you tell them the story about losing the car?
Yes.
And stealing the car back?
Yes.
I don't want to say stealing the car back, but taking your car back.
Yes.
And did you tell them anything about that conversation you overheard in the basement?
No.
Okay. And did you contact the state police back?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
Not exactly.
Okay. And what did you tell the state police when you called them?
That I had more information.
All right. Now, when was this? Not the exact date. Was it after, when did you stop using?
In 2023.
Okay. And tell me why you stopped using.
Because I wanted to get clean for my son.
Okay. And was this after April of 2023?
That I was contacted?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So when you spoke to the state police the first time, were you clean?
Yes.
Okay. Do you need some tissues?
No, I got some.
Okay. And you said you called the state police back and told them you had some more information.
Yes.
Correct? Did you have that information the first time you talked to them?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you tell them?
Because I didn't want to be involved.
Okay. And did you go back in for a second interview?
Yes.
All right. And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that interview.
It was a very long interview, but I essentially did tell them, I told them about the car, and I eventually told them about moving the body.
Okay. Were they very nice to you?
No.
Okay. Did they yell at you?
Raised voices.
Okay. Did you cry?
Yes.
And did you tell them that you weren't happy about the interview?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you leave?
Yes.
Okay. Hang on 1 second. Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as Commonwealth Exhibit number 45. Okay.
Okay.
Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a statement that I wrote to the detectives at KSP.
Now, when did you write that statement?
It says,
No, when? Oh, I'm sorry. The other day.
yes,
Okay,
it
go ahead.
says October 27th of 23.
Was that after the second interview?
Yes.
Okay, and I want you to go ahead. Does it fairly and accurately represent? Look at both pages for me. Does it fairly and accurately represent what you wrote to the Kentucky State Police?
Yes, it's
And
exactly.
Judge, I would move to introduce into evidence Commonwealth Exhibit number 45.
Any objection to 45?
No, sir.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and have you read that statement for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You said it was dated October 27th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay, and who's it addressed to?
It is addressed to Detective Harden.
Okay, and is he one of the detectives that talked to you?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and read it for me.
The first or second page.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
First. Detective Harden, I'm sending you my written statement. It is attached with this letter. Since I am busy with work and other prior commitments, and you all needing to clarify things, I knew this would be an alternative. I have a copy of the statement for myself also. I do hope that this helps you with what you need. I also hope that it is clear within my statement that I do not know anything. I tried to tell you all that, and I felt as if I was being pressured into saying things that are untruthful on my behalf.
Okay, you need a second. Go ahead and read the second.
I, Heather Snellen, was co-owner of a 2013 Chrysler 300 with Steve Lawson. I do not know any information about what happened to Crystal Rogers. I also do not know who is involved. I only have the knowledge of what has been on news channels, social media, or documentaries. I can only assume what happened through what I have watched or seen on TV and social media. I do not have any more information to give regarding this case. End of statement.
Now, is that true?
No,
Okay. Why did you write this letter?
because I wanted to distance myself away from this as far as I could.
Why did you want to distance yourself away from it?
Because it's such a high profile case. I didn't want to be involved, especially being a single mother. I was fearing for myself.
Okay, so were you scared?
Yes.
Now, at some point you testified in front of the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and tell the ladies, did you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the grand jury this?
No.
Okay, did you tell them the statement you had previously told, which we just went over about hearing the conversation?
Yes.
Now, Heather, there's no charges pending against you or anything, is that correct?
No.
If I want you to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the truth, okay? What is the truth?
The truth is that I overheard Steve Lawson and Joey Lawson talking about moving a body at the Houck farm with a skid steer.
Give me 1 second.
Why don't we take a short break? It'd be appropriate at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we've been going a little while. We're going to take a little short break right now. Same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody tries to discuss this case with you, I need you to immediately report that to me, and you're not to finally make up your mind about the case until you've received all the evidence, got the instructions from the court, and gone to the jury room to consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll start back at 9:38 when we go to the bathroom. Court is in recess for a 15-minute break. You have 15 minutes, ma'am.
You said that Joey said you all misheard. Joey and Steve said you misheard that, right?
Right.
And that's the first time, 3 hours and 21 minutes and 59 seconds into this interview, after all these threats, that you said anything about Joey and Steve admitting to going to the farm, right? Like we just heard, correct?
Right.
And that was after 4 previous interviews where people had treated you like a human being, right?
Right.
Now, you even told them you were high enough you shouldn't have been driving that night. You remember that? The night that you said you heard this after all this beating on you, right?
Right.
And you hoped that would be enough that they'd just let you go home, didn't you?
I assume.
And you said, I don't know anything else, for the 1,000th time, right? And that was 3 hours and 30 minutes into this. You said, I don't know anything else after you threw this thing out, right?
Right.
And 4 hours and 12 minutes into this, you were told to think of that little boy some more, weren't you?
Yes.
You had told them at least a couple of times, I've got to leave, I've got to leave, I've got to get home, I don't have childcare. In fact, you took a couple phone calls during this, and it was like, where are you, and things like that, right, Heather?
Correct.
They told you, if we don't get on the same page with that dinner with your sons, irrelevant. You remember that?
Yes.
Well, what that meant is if we don't get what we want, I'll withdraw. You took that as a threat, didn't you?
Not really.
Well, you weren't going to see your little boy. That's what they were saying. If you didn't come off of it, right?
I was going to stay there.
Right. And Detective Luckett said some more. Think about that little boy. You remember that?
Yes.
At this point, you started crying again. You said, I've been pushed in a corner. Remember that?
Yes.
You said, I don't like it. Remember that?
Yes.
It was awful, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They didn't apologize. What they said is you could be charged with a felony for deleting, I guess, a Facebook post or text message, whatever it was, with Joey, right?
Correct.
And they told you if we find out anything else, you're going to be prosecuted, right?
Correct.
You started crying, asking to leave. Some more, correct?
Correct.
At that point, you got up. You got 2 Kentucky State Police detectives, right?
Yes.
Blocking your way, right?
More or less.
And Miller gets mad and stomps out, right?
Yes.
And then Detective Luckett gets in your way as you're leaving. You recall that?
Yes.
4 hours and 13 minutes into this marathon, he says, I don't want to have to take your little boy from you. Doesn't he?
Yes.
Finally, 4.5 hours, you're getting up to leave, right?
Correct.
And they tell you one more time that they could charge you with tampering with physical evidence, a felony, right?
Yes.
And you went home. On October 25th, Commonwealth's Exhibit 45. You wrote them. Actually, I'm sorry, it's October 27th of 2023. I hope it's clear within my statement. I don't know anything.
Correct.
1 second. One last question. I'm sorry, I should ask. And you wrote, I tried to tell you all, I felt as if I was being pressured into saying things that are untruthful on my behalf. That's what you wrote, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions I asked.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for about an hour. We're going to take another 15-minute break. At this point, the same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody tries to talk to you about the case, I need for you to immediately report that to me. You're not to make up your mind about the case if you've heard all the evidence. You've received the instructions from the court. You've gone to the jury room to consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. You may go with the bailiff. We'll start back in 15 minutes. Court is in recess until 10:55. At this time, all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call.
Yes.
Mr. Gordon.
Your Honor, I think we're taking up this witness time. We don't have any questions.
Okay. Any redirects?
Just briefly,
Sure.
Heather?
Yeah.
I just want to cover a couple of things. Back on that second interview, I talked to you about it. They weren't nice to you, right?
No.
And you had called and asked to come back in.
Yes.
And why did you call to come back and ask to come back in?
Because I had more information.
Okay. Had the state police visited you or come by before you called or anything?
No.
Okay. And you said that was the only information you wanted to tell them is that Joey had tried to find out where he was on July 3rd. Is that the only reason why you come back in?
No, there was more information also.
What was that information?
That they had helped move the body.
Help move the body. Now, Kentucky State Police is not here right now, correct?
No, but I know of.
Okay, you're in a pretty big room, right? Okay, and you know you're under oath, is that correct?
Yes,
And what we're here to is tell the truth, right?
correct.
Okay, and that's all we want. So what is the truth?
The truth is that I overheard them talking about moving a body at the house farm.
Judge, I don't have any further questions this time.
Any recross?
Judge, I don't have any more questions.
Any recross? Any questions from any jurors of this witness? May this witness be found excused?
Yes.
You're found excused. You may go. Let me see counsel back at the bench. You had previously wanted to take up an admonition request. I guess, what is your argument for the admonition?
Judge, a statement of against interest is one of the most difficult hearsay exceptions for the moving party to overcome. It has to be, lack of a better term, it has to be corroborated. It has to certainly not just could be in penal interest. It has to actually involve their penal interest. So you have to look at who it's made to, when it's made, and the circumstances made. The court has to look at the reliability of that statement and look at the surrounding circumstances of that statement. I'm not trying to be smart aleck, but with all due respect, I mean, it's absurd to argue any of this stuff is is anything close to that level of reliability given the circumstances that came of how this was presented. You have a lady that's on meth when she says she hears it. You have a lady who's doing her laundry in the basement. She says she overhears this stuff. She says they said she misheard her. And that all comes out after, on the 5th interview, after the interrogation techniques that we just went through. I don't see how that could come in against Brooks Houck.
She also said she was too high. She was so high she shouldn't have been around.
And Judge, the jury can give whatever way they want to. The fact is, the way this was testified, that the truth was, is that the two individuals, Steve and Joey Lawson, helped move a body at the house. The charge of complicity and conspiracy.
At this time, I'm not going to give an admonition. However, if you want to submit a memorandum on both sides, I'd be glad to do that.
Yes, sir.
As I understand it, you don't give admonitions typically if it's non-testimonial in nature. This wasn't a police statement, or it wasn't she's claiming she overheard a conversation where people would not think that would be used against them. This is what I'm struggling with here.
Right, and you're right. It is not a testimonial statement. It is not a confrontation clause statement because it was not made to the police. So what it is, we were in a joint trial. It is admissible against Joey Lawson because it is a statement by a party opponent. It is not a statement by a party opponent to Brooks Houck. It is a hearsay statement that is made to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And the statement is, I overheard Joey and Steve say they moved the body. To use that to incriminate Brooks Houck, because it's a hearsay statement. I mean, we have to forget that they're even here. You have to make a determination that that is a statement against penal interest with a substantial burden for them to climb to let that in. And because if you don't give an admonition and they use that, we're prejudiced, and that is part of the reason. I'm not going back through the reason we want it severed, but this is exactly the reason, because that statement in a trial by Brooks Houck, you're never letting that statement in against us.
Again, if you all want to do me a memorandum,
Yes, sir.
I'll be glad to consider all that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We still got time to go on this one. Thank you.
Yes, unfortunately, yes, sir.
Thank you. Commonwealth Ray Codd's next witness.
Yes. Called Tim O'Daniel. You good?
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You have a seat right over there. May proceed.
Detective, go ahead and say your name for the record, please.
I'm Tim O'Daniel.
Okay, and I think you're actually sergeant. Is that correct?
No, I'm a detective.
Okay. All right. You're working towards getting to work sergeant. Is that correct?
Maybe. Yes,
All right. So, give me a little bit of background. Where do you live?
I live in a county outside of Louisville.
Okay. And give me a little bit about your work background.
I began with the Louisville Metro Police Department in approximately 2010. I rode as a patrolman in the LMPD 1st Division, and then in approximately 2016, I went to the homicide unit, the missing persons unit. From 2016 to 2021, I was in the homicide unit. And in 2021, I created the digital forensics unit for the Louisville Metro Police Department.
Okay. And do you have prior experience, like military experience?
Yeah, I was in the Marines.
All right. And did you work anywhere else before you started being a police officer?
Just a handful of jobs here and there, like everyone in Louisville does, UPS.
Okay. All right. So in 2000, was it 15 you went to homicide?
2016.
16. And you spent, I guess, 5 years there as a homicide detective?
Yes, a little over 5 years.
Okay. Did you have your own caseload?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you lead officers on homicide cases?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And during that time, did you begin dabbling in digital forensics?
Yeah, I was investigating a shooting. During that time, homicide detectives also took not only murders, but non-fatal shootings. I was investigating a shooting, and we were able to use what are called call detail records. And I was able to use a call detail records to find a van associated with a shooting.
Okay. And have you belonged to any professional groups?
Yeah, I'm part of the International Homicide Investigators Association, and I'm a former member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence. And that's
Go ahead, sorry.
it's a group of individuals from professors and experts in the field, defense experts and law enforcement experts from federal, state, and local agencies that come together and pretty much write best practices for the for digital evidence.
Okay. And as part of your job, is it locating people and things?
Yes.
Okay. How much of your daily work is devoted to call detail records and locational analysis?
I look at these records every day.
Okay. And is location analysis, is that part of your job?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something, how often do you do that?
Every day.
Okay. Is this all you do?
Yeah, so we do cellular analysis, or we look at call detail records, and essentially what it is the carriers, T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T, and Google. Everyone these days has a cell phone. The carriers and Google will, when your phone has activity on it, will make records of that information. And what we're able to do is look at those records and kind of, in a sense, kind of go back in a time machine and see where a general area of where a phone was during a specific time.
Okay. And did you get asked to look at some records as it relates to Stephen Lawson?
Yes.
All right. And Brooks Houck?
Yes.
And Nicholas Houck?
Yes.
All right. And as it related to, I want to talk about Steve Lawson first, okay?
Okay.
Did you prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have that with you?
I do.
That's okay. Okay. So is this last Steve? All right. And is this a report you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
We're
And
friends. I'm back.
how many times do you think you've testified in court as an expert?
A little over.
Did I miss anything good?
Approximately 20.
All right. And have you been recognized as an expert?
Thank you.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And have you received training as it relates to digital forensics analysis as it relates to location data?
Yes, I have approximately 500 hours of field-specific training, looking at call detail records, looking at cell phone records, some from makers or providers of tools in the field, from federal law enforcement agencies such as the FBI and U.S. Secret Service. And then also, but more importantly, I've had training from the carriers, T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Oh, is he the phone guy?
So, Judge, at this time, we would ask that Detective Tim O'Daniel be recognized as an expert in relation to cell phone analysis and location data.
Any objection? We agree. So stipulated.
And did you prepare a report as relates to Steve Lawson?
Yes, I did.
Okay, is this a fair and accurate copy of that report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is it on 46 or 45? 46. Judge, we would ask this time the report be entered into that.
Any objection to 46?
I'm certain I don't have an
I'm
objection.
sorry.
Can I ask?
This?
No objection, sir.
It should be. This, let everyone change this to see.
No objection. I'll show 46 is introduced.
Yes. And I would like, if it's okay, to put it up, to publish it via the TV. And if I could ask Detective O'Daniel to come down here and speak, let him bring him up.
Now, is this
I've been
on
waiting
TV?
for
Is that
this.
the report you prepared as it relates to Steve Lawson?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what was the phone number you have for Steve Lawson?
It's 502-492-1390.
And who's the carrier?
This is an AT&T.
Okay. So go through and explain to the jury what your report.
Yeah, so this is just a cover page, details the phone number and then the person that's associated with that phone number. In 2022, I was requested by Kentucky State Police to
In
look,
my face.
basically to look and help understand some of the phone records that were used in this case. I was asked to look at this phone number, 502-492-1390, Steve Lawson. Essentially what we do is your phone is sitting idle and on, it is constantly looking for the tower with the best, clearest signal. When you hit send or make a call or use data, YouTube, surfing YouTube, playing iTunes music, your phone connects to the tower with the best, clearest signal. It's not necessarily always the closest tower, but let's say, for example, if you're sitting in this courtroom here, and then there's a giant concrete wall, and on the other side of that concrete wall is a cell tower about a half mile away. But on this side, there's nothing, and there's a cell tower about a mile away. Most likely, your phone is going to connect to the cell tower that's a little bit farther away.
And is that because the phones operate off of a radio? Is that
Yes.
correct? And can they go through a wall?
Yes, but it's just it has to fight for the concrete, for the rebar.
Okay. And so what you're telling us is that it would likely, even though that tower was closer, because of the concrete wall, it would likely, there's a possibility it would connect to the tower further away.
Yes, most likely.
Okay. And do they have a preference for whether cell carriers own their own towers? Is that correct?
Yeah. So if you're an AT&T subscriber or an AT&T customer, your phone is going to reach out to only AT&T towers.
Okay. And what information, when you get these CDRs, you're talking about call detail records, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you get these call detail records, what kind of information are you looking at as it relates to location?
So this actually sounds really good. This is the way that we receive these records. A lot of times they come back in Excel format or PDF format. We're able to take the information. We take this information, and it's pretty simple. It's kind of like your phone bill, the date and time, connection of a call information, and cell phone and subscriber information. Details about your customer number, and then or your subscriber number, and then your device's actual serial number. And then over here is where we get the actual cell location. And again, when your phone reaches out to that tower, the tower with the best, clearest signal, AT&T will log and maintain and generate that information. Law enforcement is able to go and retrieve that information. And again, it's similar to taking a time machine. So we're able to go back and find this cell tower.
Time travel,
with
nice.
This GPS coordinate or this latitude and longitude, and then see not only the cell tower, but the cell sector that was being served. So, or being utilized. So in order to optimize their network, cell companies will have a cell tower that provides 360 degrees of coverage. And each one of those, and typically they have 3 sectors, and each one of those sectors serves about 120 degrees. So if you're looking down at a cell tower, those big ugly things on the side of the highway, you'll see that this is, we'll call this the red sector, the blue sector, and into the green sector. And if your device chooses this sector, we can say with some certainty that it's either around here or using, at the very minimum, using that cell site there. Oops, sorry. Sectors, not only do they give us the sector that was being used, but the cell location, but the actual azimuth. So here's the azimuth on this sector here. And we would just map that. The way that we map that looks kind of like this. So if this is the cell site, this is the sector that is being utilized. This shaded area is only showing the the sector that's in use during that time. It doesn't represent coverage area.
What's the difference between the sector being
okay.
used and the coverage area?
Hello,
Okay, so,
Spencer. Hope you're having a great day too.
Think of it as like a lighthouse.
Thanks for being here.
You had a lighthouse that, if I can look back, this is a lighthouse, and there's lights shining on 3 different sectors, one here, and one here. There's going to be some overlap in those lighthouses, or I'm sorry, in those lights. Think of it as like a beam of light. And if you're in a dark room and you turn that light on, the light is going to be strongest down the center of that beam, and then dissipate out just some. So you may have some light behind you. So there might be some light, a little bit of light behind the cell site, and just a little bit past the 120-degree mark or the 60-degree mark there.
Okay, so the sectors or the V's that you see. Go back to the one screen. There. Does that mean that if it's using this sector, that it has to be in here?
No, so the way that the people in this field map this information is a cell site provides 360 degrees of coverage. Typically, there's 3 sectors. We divide 360 divided by 3, and it provides generally 120 degrees of coverage. So that's what this wedge shape is for. Radio frequency doesn't stop at one point and then pick up at another point. There's going to be a little bit of bleed over off to the side, and then a little bit to the rear.
I was outside for my doctor's appointment, and I got a bunch of mosquito bites.
It's going to refract, and then come back or take a different path.
Now, do these CDRs, or call detail records, that you looked at, do they actually pinpoint a location of a phone?
No, with this type of data, these call detail records will never be able to say that a phone is at a specific point ever.
Does it just give you a general area?
Yes.
Okay. And go ahead and go through what you located as it relates to Steve Lawson.
Okay, so what we do is we take that information that we received from AT&T, and then we looked at the cell towers that existed in the area of Bardstown in June of 2015. The reason I say June is every so often AT&T will come out with new lists of every cell tower that they own. So being able to take those records and go to the list, we're able to find where that cell tower is. And all these blue dots here are AT&T cell sites or cell towers that existed in June of 2015.
Okay, on that map, can you point out where Bardstown is?
Okay, so Bardstown's right in the middle, and really what we're talking about here, not these cell sites here, though our report deals mainly with these cell sites up here.
Okay, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the Bluegrass Parkway here?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and this would be Boston Road or 62 here?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, continue on.
So from left to right, this is the actual analysis part of my report. There's a legend up here that provides significant locations that were provided to me for the investigation. The 6-2 represents the 6-2 South Bar. This orange house here represents 143 Sycamore Springs. And then the DD represents Demery Drive.
And are those significant points given to you by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll have the actual phone number that's being analyzed here, and then the date and time. The way that these records are returned, they're returned in what's called prime meridian time or UTC time. And essentially, we're able to take that information and then subtract, depending on the time of year, the hours. So the conversion has already been done. So at 11:06 p.m. Eastern time, Steve Lawson's cell phone was using this cell site. He received an incoming call from 270-312-8088, and this is the general area of where he's numbers.
And the 312-8088, whose number is that associated with?
I believe his girlfriend, wife.
If you don't know, that's okay. All right. So they get an incoming call from 270-312-8088. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what sector is it hitting on? Or what tower is it hitting
It's just that tower that off of Old Bloomfield Road, but it's more specifically, I mean, we can go to the actual cell location. There's the cell location here. Is a GPS coordinate.
Okay.
The 240.
And that's at 11:06 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Continue.
And again, from 11:06 to 11:56. So 11:06 is utilizing this tower, 11:50 and then 51. And the reason you see this is sometimes in order to provide enough service, and not to overload their towers, they'll create a tower and then put multiple antennas on that tower. Again, they're providing us with the tower location and then the antenna and then the azimuth where that sector is facing. And so what we have here is a call at 11:06. I'm sorry, data usage at 11:06, 11:50, 11:51, and then 11:53 and 11:56 here.
And I know you said the difference between a call and data usage. Do they all, I think you covered this, they all trigger hitting a tower, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's recorded?
Yes.
Okay.
This is just the raw data or the data that we received from AT&T. So on July 3rd, 2015, from 11:50 p.m. to 11:53, again, 11:50, that outgoing call to that 1-800 number, and again to the same number, an outgoing call at 11:53.
Sorry, I was muted.
This
Is that when
was
you noticed the car was gone
we're
then?
About to
11:50.
go into, but essentially we have this device utilizing cell sites moving from east to west. We have the car's location of where Mr. Roger's car was found. From 12:01 to 12:29. So 12:01 to through 12:07, Mr. Lawson's phone received an incoming call from 8088. Placed an outgoing call at 12:01 to 8088, and then received another incoming call at 12:03 from 8088, and that is on these cell sites here. And then at 12:07, made an outgoing call to 502-349-248. Let's see the last digit. 502-349-278. You know, I don't report.
Yeah, I got your report. I'm sorry.
Could be. Who's the 8088 number? Is that Joey's number?
It's an outgoing call at 12:07 a.m. This is 12:07 a.m. on July 4th to 502-349-2789.
And are you familiar with that phone number?
Yes, I am.
Who is that phone number belong to?
Brooks Houck.
Okay. So Steve Lawson is calling Brooks Houck at 12:07 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And that sector is pointed generally in what direction?
This is the Sycamore Springs address. This is Bardstown, and this is down towards the, I believe, the Bluegrass Parkway.
Okay. And is that the tower it's hitting off of?
Yes.
Is that the sector? Is it?
Yes. Okay. So this is where we can mesh the records, and where the records are kind of close together. And we're going to get to Google in a second, but essentially Google's data is different now. Google's data is more GPS or more latitude and longitude with a margin of error. But on July 4th, 2015, at 12:06 to 12:08, we see Brooks Houck's device associated with this Gmail address, brookswhouck1@gmail.com. Here on Loretto Road, and then in the area of my old Kentucky home campground at 12:08.
Oh.
12:06, 12:08. At 12:07 is that phone call.
And that was a phone call that the blue represents Steve Lawson's phone.
Yes.
Correct.
Sorry. Okay. This is just a more zoomed in picture of the device in the area of the campground.
So Brooks was in the campground around midnight?
And then from 1218, you see Steve Lawson's cell phone using the cell tower here, right off in the area of the Bluegrass Parkway and 31B.
Now, I want to talk to it. This is simply following a phone. Is that correct?
Yeah, a phone's connection to a tower. Yes.
Okay. So somebody, if they left their phone somewhere and they drove somewhere, the phone would still stay at the plate. It wouldn't follow them because it's following the phone. Is what I'm getting at.
Yes, we aren't tracking the person. We're tracking the device associated with the person.
Okay.
From 1218 to 1225, this phone is using here. We were just looking at the 1218 data session. More data sessions down here at 1224, 1225, 23 seconds, and then 1225 and 41 seconds.
And is that showing that, like you talked about, a east to west general direction of travel?
Yes, and these are the actual AT&T cell sites.
Okay, and those are the ones it's hitting off of?
Yeah, those are the ones that it's utilizing.
Okay.
So, let me get into this. We'll go forward on coming back. So the way that when I was providing these are records from 2015. It's hard to see here, but the way that these records are is you have all this information about the call and data sessions that were used during that time. Then you're provided the cell site, the location, and the cell antenna that is being used, or that cell sector. These records will provide the azimuth as 350, right? So where that sector is facing, which is why at 1218 we see this. This is exactly what this is. The 350. This is 350 degrees. It's pointing, the center point of that antenna is 350 degrees. For the other ones, the space is blank. So you don't know what sector was being used, or AT&T didn't record what sector was being used during that time. They did, however, provide the antenna that was being used during that time, or that sector that was being used. So out of an abundance of caution, I mapped it both ways. So essentially what happens here is I know that it was on this cell tower. I know that it was on or utilizing this cell tower. I don't know which way, based on the records alone, I don't know which way the active antenna was facing based on the records alone. I went to AT&T's global list during that time, again from June of 2015, and found that the sector being utilized faced this way. So we have one way and then another way. So the antenna that was being utilized is facing north, and that's the 350.
And this is the red dot down there is the car. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Yes, this is.
Okay. So we had talked about bleed over, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the car is traveling generally from east to west, correct?
So the phone is utilizing cell sites east, and then it goes west.
Okay. And it's hitting off of this tower, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's pointed north. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's okay.
And then this tower, when you looked it up on the AT&T National Database, it was that azimuth or sector that was being used. Is that correct? Okay. And you talked about bleed over. Is that correct?
Yeah. There's lobes outside or in the rear of a lot of cell sites.
All right. Have you driven the Bluegrass Parkway?
I have.
Okay. And explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if they haven't been down it, what the topography is and what the road looks like.
Just from my personal experience on there, it's hilly. These cell towers are high above the ground, and there are lots of hills. And even in this area here, there's the road is cut out of the hill.
Okay. Now you can't say where the phone is in here.
No.
Correct. Okay. They're just giving you general areas. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible
that the phone was traveling down the Bluegrass Parkway and would hit off that side of the tower?
Yes, it is somewhat possible. Yeah, you won't ever really know unless you have what's called a drive test. It's called an RF survey machine, but we're able to actually look at the actual cell footprint of that sector. This was, when I received these records, we were unable to go out there because data and types of technology had changed. But, well, I guess the safest way to say is that RF, or radio frequency, which is
I
what
don't
your
think
phone
so.
communicates on, doesn't just stop at this 120.
Okay. It can bleed over on the outside of those
Yeah.
areas, is correct? And then topography has something to do with it as well.
Yes.
Okay. So is it possible that the phone was traveling down the Bluegrass Parkway east to west?
Yes.
Okay. You can continue on.
And again, from 1230 to 1245, using those cell towers west to east now.
Okay, I want to talk. Can you go back to that real quick? Okay, the cell tower on the far right at the intersection of 31W and Bluegrass Parkway. Could you tell me which way that is pointed?
It's pointed, I guess, west.
Okay, and where in relation to this cell tower here, 62 is up here, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So 1225.41, 1229.45, 1230.33, 1230.40, 1231, 1231. So from 1225 to 1231, here, and then here.
So it's going back to Bardstown.
Yeah, it's going towards the direction. Yes. Okay.
Okay, so that's when they're supposed to have picked up the car then.
And again,
Or picked Joey up from
same
the car.
kind of explanation.
12:30.
Since it's just utilizing these cell towers here, and then utilizing that same, I went to AT&T's list and got this data again. 1232 using that satellite, or I'm sorry, that cell tower there, and received an incoming call at 1243 from 8088.
No, but this is very confusing.
From
You're
108
doing a good job.
a.m. on July 4th to 2:21 a.m., utilizing cell towers in the area of Bardstown.
And the same items of interest are on there, right? Demery
Yes.
Drive, Sycamore Springs, and 62 South Bar. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
From 3:12 a.m. to 5:24 a.m. on July 4th, we see the cell phone using cell towers north of Bardstown. So at 3:12, 3:24, and then 5:24 in the area of Thompson Hill Road.
So that phone, Steve Lawson's phone, traveled from 3 in the morning to 5:24 in the morning to north to the area of Cox's Creek. Is that correct?
Yes. This is a more zoomed in. Again, 3:12, 3:24, and then 5:24. And then 5:24, this is a 5:24 data session. And then 6:46 and 6:24 are back in the area of Bardstown.
Okay.
Again, this is from 5:24 to 6:46. We see that circle, so it's just using that cell tower there. I looked up the national list, and that's where that cell tower faces at 6:24. And it's 6:46 through 8:37. Incoming calls and outgoing calls and incoming texts in the area of Bardstown. And then on July 4th, 10:27 to 10:33, the device is using cell tower here at 10:30, and then 1028 and 1033 here.
And that's back up north at Cox's Creek. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
1033 to 1225. Again, that cell tower, that 1033, 1034 outgoing calls, and then outgoing calls at 1145 through 1225 here.
Okay, so the rise back in the Bardstown area around 1225 from Cox's Creek.
Approximately
1145. Yes.
We
Okay,
haven't
so
heard
it's up
anything
there
about
around
him yet.
1033 to
today.
1145.
Yes.
Okay.
But I wouldn't blame him if he's asleep because I don't
Not only do
really
they
following what
provide
this guy's
all these
saying.
beefed up phone call detail records, they also provide user information of who was the account holder during the time. And during this time, it was Stephen Lawson.
Okay. And does that complete your cell phone analysis for Stephen Lawson?
Yes.
And the only thing you can testify to, and correct me if I'm wrong, is based on CDRs, is general areas. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
You can't say somebody's on one road or the other road. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Come on back. Sorry. Now, did you also complete a report for Brooks Houck?
I did.
Okay. Yeah, that was- All right. Is this your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Does it fairly and accurately reflect your analysis of Brooks Houck's location value?
Yes.
You want to flip through it? Sorry. We're not number 19. And Judge Acosta, does this report fairly and accurately represent your report?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'd move to introduce into evidence comments exhibit number 47.
The objection of 47.
No, sir.
And Detective, when you prepared this report, was it based on call detail records?
No, this report was based on Google location records.
Could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the difference between the Google location records and call detail records?
Yes. Again, your phone, if you're a Google subscriber with location services turned on, Google will grab the GPS coordinate or the latitude and longitude coordinate of your device. It's for user experience. So when you look up restaurants near me, it knows exactly where near me is. We're able to go back, again, kind of like CDRs, or call detail records, we're actually able to go back and somewhat take a time machine and go back and see where a device was historically. Now, these are a little bit more precise as opposed to the actual cell tower.
It'll give you a more precise location. Is that correct? Okay. And there's been testimony previously by Detective Snow, and there's been an interview where the defendant wrote out where he went on Friday, July 3rd. Okay.
Jack, I think that's mischaracterization.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Yes, I couldn't hear you.
Did you see that Amazon has it so you can pay in some of their stores with your palm print? Ugh. I do not like that.
Sorry.
I do not like that.
Jack, I think that's a mischaracterization. I think he can say where he was on July 3rd, but that's not our position that he's giving his details on July 3rd. That's Shane's. That's argument. So
That's
I would.
That's what was on the tape. On his
He wrote
interview,
out,
the defendant's interview.
wrote out a statement
No,
of
he
all
told
the.
him to give him all the locations he was on July 3rd, and the defendant wrote out a statement where he was July 3rd.
I think he can ask him, did you look at where he was at on July 3rd? And then he can testify
I
to
can
that.
ask him if his findings were consistent.
I think you have a right to ask him if he was at those locations.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm fine with that. I just didn't like the way he characterized it. I mean,
I think he has a right to show where he was that day.
that's not my objection. My
Well,
objection was Shane's question where he loaded it with his interpretation of Brooks's statement. Not, I think he can absolutely say, where was he on based on your phone analysis? Where was he? I'm not objecting to that.
Who are those two
Gave a
guys?
statement. I think I'm wrong. The defendant gave a statement and was told to write down everywhere he was on July 3rd in detail. And I was going to ask him if his findings were consistent with him being in the Bardstown area all day.
That's an argument of the question. He can ask him, where was he based on his phone?
I think you can argue the end of the trial about the case, but right now let's just ask, where was he on July 3rd? You could say, considering this location, was he ever at that location?
Okay, that's fine.
Well, it depends on how you interpret that statement as to whether he said, I think he can say, was he at this place? Was he at this place? Was he at this place? I don't care. That's fair. But when he says that's where he was on July 3rd, that's when he's arguing his interpretation of that statement.
I think he can ask, was he at this location?
Okay. I'm going to read the statement. Yeah. Okay. Let's go through your report. Did you prepare this report?
Yes.
Okay. And is it available on digital so we can generally publish it to the jury?
It's 47. It's been
Yes, sir.
introduced. Yes, you may.
You want to come down to me?
Okay.
Okay. You go ahead.
All right, so this is the cover page. Again, similar to the cell phone number, we look at Google accounts. Google accounts are sought after or stored in your Gmail account. So in this case, brookswhouck1@gmail.com was the email that was provided to us, or the Gmail address that was provided to us with the location records. Again, in 2022, I was asked to look at these.
They spelled the email wrong.
So Google maintains databases about your device, records of where your device is, similar to what I've just got them talking about for user experience. They source that data, the GPS or that location data, three ways. One, GPS being used by your phone, Wi-Fi, which they are able to see what Wi-Fi networks you're near, and then cellular. And basically what we do is we take a latitude and longitude, and then we give it a accuracy or a margin of error. So Google is saying that the device is somewhere on this point, but they're not real sure, so they give us a margin of error. And anything with a larger margin of error, typically it's cellular, so we don't use cellular, but GPS and Wi-Fi we will use.
In your experience, since doing this, how accurate is that?
Very accurate.
Okay. And have you used it before to locate things?
Yes, we use this information to locate fugitives, to locate guns or bodies related to homicide. There was I assisted the Secret Service with helping find a dead kid next to the assault rifle.
Based on this information. Have you used it to track people's movements in houses?
Yes, I have. In relation to homicides in Louisville, yes.
Okay, and is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And so, again, similar, they provide the date and time of the connection or of when they generated the record. So, for example, it'll say 7/4/2015 at whatever time, UTC or Zulu time. Zulu time is just UTC time. It's just the prime meridian time. Because they deal with so many law enforcement agencies requesting records, they provide it in standard time. I've done the time conversion, so during this time it was UTC -4, so I've corrected the times to where they're actually in Eastern time.
So where was, go ahead, you go ahead and go through this.
So the way it looks like on a map, so the easiest way to do all these records is to take those and then visualize them and put them on a map and then analyze them for the detectives. And the way that we do this is we have that GPS coordinate or that latitude and longitude coordinate, and then we have that margin of error. And in this case, this is just an example, the margin of error was 19 meters. And then the source was Wi-Fi. So this one we used There's that latitude, longitude, and then the margin of error is just the shading around that.
And just when you say Wi-Fi, like sometimes I pull up my cell phone, I'll be at somebody's house or going by somebody's house, and it'll pull up a list of Wi-Fi's that are available. Some are locked and unlocked. Does that add to this? Is that part of this?
Based on my training with this data, essentially what happens is that Google, I'm trying to think of the best analogy. Google takes your Wi-Fi data and gives a rough estimate about where your Wi-Fi coverage is on a house or in a car or on a city bus or something like that.
Okay.
This is the file that was used. So again, the file was returned back in Excel format. It's brookswhouck1@gmail.com. And it's just that within that is the location of the string. So the Gmail, the Brooks Houck's Gmail, the device utilizing Brooks Houck's Gmail on July 3rd from 9 a.m. to 9:30 leaves the area of Grundy Drive and travels south to the area of 345 Pascal Ballard Road and arrives there at about 9:29 a.m.
So 345 Pascal Ballard Road has been testified to as the Houck farm.
Yes.
So he arrived there at 9:30 in the morning?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let's move that over a little bit. Like we can really read it anyway.
Until
But
approximately 4 p.m. that afternoon. At 4 p.m. that afternoon, it starts traveling northbound. And it goes to the area of Lumber and Home Center, and arrives there around 4:22.
So between the hours of approximately 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., his phone is located where?
In the area of the farm.
Okay.
4:22 to 4:42, the device is in the area of this Busick Lumber and Home Center. And then 4:43 to 7:05.
I think you read my brain.
But essentially, it leaves.
Because I just looked at my notes and I was like,
ooh. Travels down 62 to the area of Glenview Drive. It stays on Glenview Drive.
I'll blue mouth again.
Did the device ever leave the Glenview Drive area between approximately 4:43 and 7:05 p.m.?
No.
Okay.
It's 7:05 on July 3rd. It's 7:05 to 7:24. The device leaves the area of Glenview Drive and heads towards, arrives in the area of 345 Pascal Ballard Road. And these are those cell hits with those massive margins of error. But there are other points within that to show travel.
I like the rainbow one, the ones in the pink bag better.
So in addition to making a PowerPoint or a PDF of it, also made an animation of the movement of that device from 7:05 to 7:24 on July 3rd.
And there's this, I'm going to the farm. Yes, Dope. This is July 3rd. She goes missing a couple hours from where they are right now.
And that basically shows the prior slide. It's just showing it moving. Is that correct? And they arrive at sometime around 7:24 or so at the farm.
Yes.
Is that correct? And once he's at the farm, is Google able to track the devices, Brooks Houck's device, while he's at the farm?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's from 7:24 to 11:57. The device is in these areas here. So you have this large margin of error here and this little smaller margin of error here. But essentially, we can say that it's in the general area of the farm.
And do you have a slide that depicts the different locations on the farm it was?
I think so. Because Brooks is an idiot.
You play on.
They're all idiots, really.
It's public.
I haven't seen the animation stuff.
Oh, it's well because you got the paper copy, but it's just the it says at the farm.
I haven't seen any of that. Can we take a break and let us take a look at it before they play and see if we have an objection to it? I've seen the Tim's actual report, but I haven't seen any examination.
We're getting close to lunch anyhow.
That's fine.
I think y'all could
It's
do
only
that
10
here.
minutes. So.
Why don't we just go ahead and take a lunch break?
That's fine.
I'll give you an opportunity to look at it.
That takes 10 minutes. Or you got 10 more.
It's 9 that's 9 minutes.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to see it before we do that.
This is probably a good time to take a break.
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
This is only about Brooks location.
I think so too. I think Nick had a lot to do with that.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what we're going to do at this point is go ahead and take a lunch break. I want you to remember the same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody attempts to discuss this case with you, I need you to immediately report that to me. And you're not to make up your mind about the case until you've heard all the evidence in the case, received the instructions from the court, and you've gone to the jury room to consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. Again, a reminder, there's to be no research. Let's avoid all media reports.
Because Nick apparently has his phone off, that's his brother,
Bailiff will be back at 1 o'clock.
for like 36 hours or something like that. His phone is turned off for. I think he took her body somewhere. Just a theory, allegedly.
Court's in recess till 1:10. Mr. Butler, Mr. Young, after y'all had a chance to look at that, if I need to, after y'all had a chance to look at it, if there's any issues, just text me and we can start back at 10 to 1 or something.
Judge, I'm sorry. I'm trying not to mess our computer up. What'd you say?
I said, after you all had an opportunity to look at it, if you've got any issues, let me know and we'll come back at 10 to 1.
Yes,
I will say, this
Okay.
judge
If not, we'll
seems
start
like
back
a
at
pretty
1.
nice guy. He seems fairly fair. On top says it seems like with a lot of these cases, there's always more involved in it than what we know or is presented. Yes, that's very true. Because, evidence, there's the evidence rule, which makes a lot of things not be able to make it into the trial, but that doesn't make them not true. They just didn't meet the
At this time,
bar.
the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Detective O'Daniel, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Proceed when you're ready.
Detective O'Daniel.
That's why it's always really
Detective O'Daniel,
interesting
if you come on down again.
to watch trials on cases you've followed for a while to see what's allowed and what's not. It can also be very infuriating.
So in order to save us some time a while ago, we were playing data points for the farm from 724 to 1157, right?
Yes.
And those are Google data points?
Yes, they are.
And the ones you said are very accurate, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to kind of go back, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., Brooks Houck was at the farm all day long, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is covering from 7:24 p.m. on the 3rd to 11:57, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and explain to what those circles mean to everybody on
Yeah, again, so as your phone is idle or as you're using it, Google is still taking where it thinks your location is, right? So if you're looking at this is all data points that we received from 7:24 to 11:57. And essentially what you see is this large margin of error here, and then these smaller ones. At 7, it was 7, somewhere between 7 and 8, the device moves here, and then comes back to the area here.
So the phone actually, I'm sorry, so the phone actually left the farm shortly before 8 and then comes back?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And go ahead.
But essentially what you're seeing is just the points. If you're looking down from space as we are, you're just seeing the points stacked on top of one another, which is why it gets a little bit darker. And these are some are over here and then some are here.
And between that 4.5 or so hour period, were there any data points that were down lower on this road?
No.
Okay. And Therese, could you put the other slide up? Oh, we'll do it at the end. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and
Becky,
Brother
go
Nick
ahead.
was not working that night either.
Real quick before you switch slides. And about the furthest part of the circle is at this turnaround right here, right outside this last barn. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's not working. Therese, can you forward the slide? Let me see. I think I got it closer. You plug in? Yeah, that's fine.
I think there are some people around Juju, and I am back now.
Okay.
Hope you're doing well.
Is this still on presentation mode, friend? There we go.
So we looked at those points mapped from about 7:30 to 11:57. 11:58. Again, here's the farm. 11:58. The device gets on this Balltown Road at Pascagoula and is in this area. Next slide, please. And then from 11:58, the device moves north to the area of my old Kentucky home campground, and then down 62 or Springfield Road, and then up towards Glenview Drive. And it arrives, Glenview Drive at approximately 12:18:58.
Okay.
And is that an animation of what you just talked about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That's the defendant's device going back to Glenview Drive. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's stop and talk about this. Was there a data point that indicated that the vehicle had got off Highway 49?
Yeah, so this is Loretto Road, and this is, excuse me, the State Park Campground area. And then the device, you can see where Google is on Google's records, the device is somewhere in this area, State Campground Road, State Park Campground Road. And again, to overlap the records with Mr. Lawson and then Mr. Brooks, we have the 1201. The device is here on Loretto Road, just north of the farm. And then Steve Lawson's outgoing call at 1201. The 1206, the device is here. There's an outgoing call at 1207 from Steve Lawson to Brooks Houck for 15 seconds at 1207 and then 1208 in the area of campground. Again, I'm more zoomed in. And then at 1208, Steve Lawson's phone is using a data session here in the area of the Bluegrass Parkway and 31E.
Okay, so
Okay.
on Steve Lawson, we didn't talk about Google records. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, were you able to obtain any Google information for Steve Lawson's phone device?
No, none was provided to me, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he didn't have Google locations, or that he had it and they didn't get it. You have to have a Google app and a Google account with location services turned on. So it kind of narrows the field to people they're using some sort of Google, either an Android phone or an iPhone with Google Maps or Gmail with location services turned on.
Okay. In fact, the return on him had no Google locations, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you look at Nick Houck's phone?
I did.
Okay. And what did you find when you looked at Nick Houck's phone?
It was off for a period of time from, I believe it was July 2nd to July 3rd, 4th.
Trace, can you put that?
Interesting.
Okay. So is that what you located? Is that what you're able to determine on? Were you able to determine a location, whether it be CDR locations or Google locations for Nick Houck's cell phone?
For 2 whole
No, I
days.
was provided CDRs for Nick Houck's phone number, which is 502-507-4870.
Somebody's getting in your number.
And from July 2nd, 2015 at 11 p.m. to July 4th, 2015 at 1:47 p.m. It did not register, or AT&T did not register it with any towers that they had. You can see, not only does AT&T tell us what tower it's on, but they also will tell us notes about what happened during the call. And most of the notes on here are CFNR, which means call forwarding not reachable. So what happens a lot when a call comes in and goes to voicemail is that you receive the incoming call, and then your device makes your records make an outgoing call to your voicemail number. You can see that in the records, but in these, it was CFNR, which means call forwarding not reachable. There were no towers associated with that device during that time. I can't say that it was off. It just wasn't on AT&T's network.
Okay. And would the phone be able to receive calls during that time?
No.
Okay. And would it be considered what you call off-grid?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, there could be a number of things. It could be off. It could be stuck in what's called a Faraday box, which has no RF signal into it. It could be in a basement that doesn't have any signal, and it doesn't have strength.
Keep in mind, though, Nick is also a police officer.
So it's with your phone's on in your home, it's sitting on the table. Okay.
Yes.
Is it registering the towers?
Yes.
Okay. So this would be either in some place where it did not have a signal, correct?
Yes.
Or possibly even turned off.
Yes.
Okay. And if you called it, what would happen?
It would either go to voicemail or it would show up just like it did with call forwarding outreach.
Okay. All right. You can come over and have a grab a seat.
Is very suspicious to me because he was moving that weekend too.
Now, as it relates to Steve Lawson's phone, did you have access to law enforcement records?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you review those records?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and based upon your review of the records and the call detail records that were provided by AT&T, do you have an opinion as to where Steve Lawson's phone was?
Yes.
Where was
In the general area of the Bluegrass Parkway.
it? Okay, and we're at on the Bluegrass Parkway.
With taking into consideration the case file or items from the case file near the vehicle, near Chris Roach's car.
I mean, his girlfriend did all the moving. He's so great. The Houck brothers are just so great.
As
Good
far
boys,
as
Rosemary raised.
have you ever heard of Nelos or Nelos?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and what's that associated with?
So AT&T, not only does AT&T provide us call detail records, which is all that tower information, they also have a proprietary location services. It's changed its name since then, but essentially where they will provide locations with some margin of error, similar to Google but larger, where they believe a phone is. That is what it stands for: network elements, location services, I believe. But we don't know the algorithm that AT&T uses to collect the data, so we don't. I personally don't use it in testimony, but we might use it for investigative purposes.
Okay. Would you use it to find specific locations?
Yeah. So for example, if we might use Nelos to say that someone is in a certain county or that someone is in a certain large geographical area, and then we'll use the actual call detail records to narrow that down to a neighborhood or to a neighborhood, and then if available, we'd be able to use Google locations to narrow it down to a specific house.
And do you consider Nelos to be reliable as to pinpoint locations?
I do.
And Teresa, keep the one thing back up there. You can come down one more time.
Yeah.
Sorry. You come over here. Let me fix it. Okay. We click it, Teresa, second. So going back to the night of July 3rd, in between 7:24 and 11:53, we had talked about this turnaround here, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was when the circle was around the farm, that was the outside of the circle, correct?
Yes.
And was there any Google data points that went down this road?
No.
I don't have any further questions for this witness this time.
Oh.
Any cross, Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Proceed when you're ready.
Oh, time for cross.
Take me a second.
Hey, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
I'll be right back.
So in this case, you got involved in 2022. Is that correct, sir?
Approximately, there was some. That's when KSP approached me to help them with the records. Sorry.
That's me. I think it's you.
But yeah, it was around there, yes.
And when you got involved, you were not provided any location data or call detail records from Joey Lawson, correct?
None that I'm aware of.
You didn't get any.
No.
Whether they exist or not, you didn't get any, correct? You were provided call detail records from Steve Lawson, correct?
Yes.
And you were not given Google location data for Steve Lawson, correct?
Correct.
Now, were you provided Nellos data?
Yes.
All right. Now, if we can pull up Sandy page. I'm going to go to the wrong one. The Steve Lawson report, please. And if we would pull up just randomly. Page 7, please. That's it. Yeah. You talked a little bit about this on your direct examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what this is a call detail record, correct?
Yes, it is.
And that what that is AT&T provides. If you make a call, AT&T records that call, correct?
Yes.
If you text someone, AT&T will record that text message, correct?
Yes.
And if you call it data usage, correct?
Yes.
So if I get on my phone and I check ESPN, that's data usage, correct?
That is.
But it doesn't necessarily have to be active data usage. You could have information coming to your phone, updating your phone, and that's part of the data usage, correct?
Yeah, your phone can use data in a passive way. Like if an app is updating in the background, your phone is still using data from the tower to, even though you're not actively searching YouTube or ESPN.
So if I get a pop-up about a score of a team I'm interested in, that's data usage, even though I'm not actively looking for that score right there, correct?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. And so what this does, it tells you the time, correct?
Yes.
It tells you in UTC, so it gives you the date, the UTC, which you've explained to us, so just want to make sure everyone understands that's Greenwich Mean Time, correct?
Yes, it is.
And so you explained to us that you use Greenwich Mean Time for everything.
I was new to this
because it's too hard
announcement.
to, hey, this phone's in LA,
I was just
that
saying you
phone's in
earned
New
it.
York, that kind of thing, right?
Yes.
So in the summertime in Kentucky, that's -4, correct?
Yes, it is.
It gives you the originating number, correct?
Yes.
Okay, in this case, the one I popped up from your report, that's Steve Lawson's number, correct?
Yes, it is.
It gives you device information, correct?
Yes.
It gives you the make and the model, correct?
Yes.
Now over here, it gives you the cell location, correct?
Yes.
And what that is it's giving you the latitude and the longitude of that device, correct? Or what tower it's hitting on. Is that accurate?
Of the tower, not the device.
Correct. I misspoke, of the tower. And on the end, not to get too technical, it gives you, after the colon here, for example, the first line for the July 4th, which would be 4/12, it gives you this 0.330, correct?
Yes.
And what that is what you've explained to us is that is information that tells you what direction the device is hitting the tower, correct?
No, that tells you which way that sector faces. Right. So they're telling you. So in that they're giving you the location area code, which is the name of the tower, and then the cell ID, which is the actual name or the number of the antenna that's being utilized during that.
It is. Remind me to tell you something about
here.
Detective
They're
Flicker.
telling us that antenna that was being used
I don't wanna
to
interrupt.
provide cell service during that specific time faces the 330 degree.
And that was probably an inartful question by me, but I think you just said what I was trying to say.
Yeah, there you go.
So if we can put up page 4 of Detective O'Daniel's report. And what you explained to us is, of course, this is 360 degrees, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so when we see a cell tower, you have panels or antennas, correct?
Yes.
And so, for example, the one you put in your report, you have 3 boxes that look like antennas. We've all seen them on the side of the road or in the city, right? And then you have 3 heading this way and 3 heading this way, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so what that's telling you is that this device, for example, in that 330, it's coming from this angle and it's hitting this antenna pointing north on that example, correct?
No. And I'm sorry, I'm going to get really technical, but
You're getting really technical.
it's
but
my,
go ahead.
it's my job. So, using this example, if you just turn the cell site 30 degrees, it would face the center point of that antenna is 330 degrees. And so how we look at that is we would take it and we go 60 degrees one way and 60 degrees the other. And that's probably what's showing from the call detail records. But
yes,
that's not to say that the device is using it from the 330 degree mark.
This device on your example, this has nothing to do with the case. This is just your example.
Yes.
You're showing that this device is hitting this tower sector, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what that 330 tells you, right? Because you're dividing this thing into 3 equal triangles of 120 degrees.
Yeah.
I'm just using your
Yeah.
side.
No. Yeah. I'm sorry. And I'm not trying. I promise you, I'm not trying to be difficult. But it's the device is utilizing that cell site. That cell site faces the 330 degree mark. I guess.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Easiest way to say that. I'm sorry.
Now, sometimes you have a telephone call that lasts a long time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you'll have data usage that may last a period of time, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, for example, if you called a friend or spouse or something, and you leave Bowling Green and you head back to Louisville, your device is going to pick up different towers heading back on 65 to Louisville, correct?
Yes, it is.
Same thing if you're using data, whether phone's updating or you're like, maybe we shouldn't, but you're checking CNN or Fox News and seeing what's going on in the world, and it's going to hand it off. You all call it handing off, correct?
Yes, it's called hand off.
All right. Now, you agree with me that a phone will typically hit the closest tower to it, correct?
In my experience, most of the time there's variations on it. Yes.
Did you not testify in Commonwealth versus Roderick Miller on October 19, 2022, that a phone will typically hit the closest tower?
Typically, yes.
Now, you also testified in that trial that you don't typically see cell tower overload late at night, correct?
No.
You didn't testify
No.
in that trial that you don't typically see cell tower overload
I'm
late
sorry.
at night?
Can you ask me? I must have misheard the question. Can you ask me the question?
You don't typically see cell tower overload late at night, correct?
No, I guess the high points would be in larger cities during Derby, for example. When Louisville hosts Derby, they'll see they'll turn on other towers, or they'll bring towers in on trucks to provide service to all the people.
Right. If you're at Rupp Arena and there's 23,000 people, that may overload the tower in downtown Lexington,
Right?
correct?
You got your
Make it
Derby
different.
shout out, Juju.
Yes.
But if you were in the middle of Montana on a wide open plain, you're probably not going to get that many calls, correct?
Yes, but and this is training from the carriers. When their towers hit about 80% capacity on load, which is cell phones using that specific tower, that specific sector, alarms go off all throughout the company, and they do their best to get either another antenna up as quick as possible, or they will bring in something.
That's interesting.
So the short answer is they typically hit the tower closest to it, correct?
Yes.
And late at night, with less traffic, it is more likely that they're going to hit the tower closest to it,
Yes,
correct? All right. Now, if we could possibly pull up page 20 of the FBI timeline.
Is that where KU is?
If you could step down, Tim.
Yeah.
Maybe go over here. It's like,
Or is it University of Kentucky? It's Kentucky. forget. Is it UK or KU? In fairness, I don't do sports, so not really.
Nobody's testified to this. It's not his report.
It's the same data. It's just easier to use.
I mean, if he wants to use his report, he's more than welcome to. I mean, this isn't even, nobody's tested. It's not
Yes,
in
they
evidence.
provided it to us. I didn't. The FBI didn't do it.
But it's not in the evidence.
We have to stipulate it.
We also stipulated this stuff to come in.
No. We didn't stipulate the
Okay.
Do you go get this
the cast
stipulation?
reports are in the stipulation.
I thought it was pretty broad. It's for
Went through all
some
phone
guys.
records and all that stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is part of that.
That's not reports of the phone records.
Your expert reports.
If I was just here, so I don't know what your stipulation says.
I agree that the phone.
There's nothing tricky about this. It's just a better looking data because it's all the data on it. I have to flip back and forth. There's no trick to it, I promise.
I mean,
He's just got the FBI's got the times on the little thing, and Tim's got to go back and forth on his report. You can take a look at it.
that's fine. That's fine.
Sandy, put that back up.
When I was writing stuff out for Steve Lawson's trial, not a single Detective Tim O'Daniel testified in his trial too. Not a single media source said anything about what Tim actually said on the stand because I think nobody really understands what's happening here, and I find that very
45
interesting.
a.m. That is approximately the time that Steve Lawson calls Brooks Houck, correct?
Yes.
And what that shows on this
Chicago
report,
is
which
not
the
in
same as
Ohio.
yours, just I think it's easier.
I think it's thinking Cleveland is in Ohio.
That shows that the call is hitting the tower just south of Bardstown, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the yellow circle has been identified as Lawson's residence, and that was on your report as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the sector that it is striking is a sector that's pointed west, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's also pointed in a direction where it encompasses both the Bluegrass Parkway and Boston Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you did not calculate any Nellos data from 1207, 1208, did you?
No, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so at 12:08 a.m., we have a data call. I'm going to call it data usage, and that lasts for about 10 minutes. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that is, there's a tower just south of the Bluegrass Parkway, correct, sir?
Yeah. Can I stop us just on data sessions during this time? So AT&T has data sessions and they have handoffs, right? And that's, you can bring up that one we just got to talk about. You saw where there were like cell site, like in a big list, and then there was the next call. It might be easier just to show, but those were decisions that are made by the network during this time. We don't know how long the phone utilized that tower. So my unit will never use a data session from this time because it's not a decision that's being made by the phone. Now, I don't know what the FBI did here, and I don't know when this report was made, but since then, AT&T has created a system which is called time on tower. And time on tower is essentially, they know how long when it on a handoff, right? So if I'm moving from Louisville, or if I'm moving from Bardstown to E-Town, it knows how long exactly it was on the tower. During this time, it did not do that. So this is why you got to be really careful when you only use the first line from the data session, because that was the decision that was made by the phone. And then all the subsequent data sessions there, you have to be really, really careful about mapping those. I don't know
Tim,
what
I'm going to stop. I want you to just answer my questions, and then if you will, he can redirect, okay? My question was,
This is the reason why we objected to begin with. He's not familiar with this. It's not his report.
You said it's not the same as my report.
It's-
This is not how they do this now. This is not how they do it.
It's going to take twice as long if we use his. It's going to flip back and
Well,
forth.
We're gonna do it.
Oh, well, Judge, I'd ask that we could use this report. He can
He
answer
just
the question.
testified this morning.
He's
Now, you're
filibustering.
doing
What I'm going to ask him, you're going to ask me to ask him to answer.
Where was this
Okay,
report?
okay, both of you
You all
speak.
gave it to us. I didn't create it.
I don't know who created it. He hasn't. He's not the creator of this. So I'll sustain the objection. We'll go longer if it takes.
Which, can we ask him to answer the question rather than just go off on a narrative like
He has
that?
to explain it. He has
Well,
to
he's not-
explain it.
Okay. Whenever you think that he's not, let me know
Okay.
and we'll
Yes, sir.
take it up.
Say it's split in the report. Split into the LMPD. You would go to page 18, cell sites 2.
Your mic's off again.
Tim, I might just sit back down since using the report. You have a copy of it?
Not up here now, but I can.
You need one, or- All right, let's go back. What this is this is from your report, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. And what you've done is you have put on a map where cell towers were in June of 2015, correct?
Yes.
So you have a cell tower in Bardstown here. That's kind of pretty much what we would call downtown Bardstown, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have some cell towers that are northwest of Bardstown, correct?
Yes.
Those are actually near the Bluegrass Parkway as you're leaving, going toward Lexington, correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, this is the Bluegrass Parkway, correct?
Yes.
And you have one cell tower that's right at the junction of the Bluegrass Parkway where the Lowe's and the Walmart and some of the other things are in Bardstown, the heavy populated area, correct?
Yes.
You have then two towers that are north of the Bluegrass Parkway, correct?
Yes.
Now, there are no towers along Boston Road, at least in June of 2015, correct?
Right.
Now, there are towers north of here, but you did not plot them, correct?
If you zoom out on that photo, yeah. See, so these are all the.
Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah.
I wouldn't try to mislead you. So there are towers north of Boston Road, but they're relatively far away,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, at 12:07 a.m., Steve Lawson calls Brooks out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you can go to the next page in his report, it talks about this. You can go to one. And that call, I think he testified to, hit a tower generally in the downtown Bardstown area that we were talking about a second ago, correct?
Yes, right there, near the.
Right
no,
here.
If you go down one.
This one?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we can go back to page, to the 11:06 call. Page 9.
Okay, so I'm just kind of walk you through as we go with some of these calls from here on, okay? So at 11:06 p.m. on July the 3rd, Steve Lawson receives an incoming call from Joey Lawson, correct?
If is that his number?
That's his number.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough.
And that call is made, and it is generally in the Bardstown area where Steve Lawson's phone picks up, correct?
Yes, it is.
In fact, it's the tower and the sector is relatively near 62, okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, the next call, the next slide that we talk about is, that'd be page 11. This will be 11:06 to 11:56. Correct?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry.
And so these are calls and data that are being generated by Steve Lawson's phone, correct?
Yes, they are.
And these are all hitting generally speaking, in the downtown Bardstown area around the 62
Yes.
road. Now at 11:50 to 11:53, Steve Lawson makes an outgoing call to 1-800-946-0332, and that's at 11:50, and then there's another one at 11:53. That was per your report, correct?
Yes.
Now, those calls, again, are in that same general area that we just looked at the last time with the data usage. It's connecting on this tower and this tower, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what 1-800-946-0332 is?
I do not.
I'm surprised you know it's Capital One Finance.
Sounds good. If you say so.
All right. At 12:01 to 12:29, that would be page 15. First thing you did is you show towers here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, sequentially, this tower's first, correct?
Yes. I'm sorry, yes.
And then this tower, correct?
Yes.
So I'm correct. This tower here is the one we've been talking about that's in downtown Bardstown.
Yes, sir.
Correct, sir? And then this tower at the far top right hand of the map, that's on 62, or it's near 62, Bloomfield Road, which is going northwest of Bardstown, correct?
Yes.
And that is also known as Boston Road, correct?
Yes.
Now, the next tower hit is at this tower that is just south of the Bluegrass Parkway, correct?
Yes.
And that is where we talked about where there's a lot of development in the Bardstown area. Box stores is what I'm going to call it. They're kind of near there, correct?
Okay, yes.
All right. And that has the call record location data.
That's good.
That shows that the antenna is being utilized from
That's
the
funny.
north, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, to kind of break this down a little bit about what you were talking about in your direct examination. On the AT&T records, with that first tower that I just pointed to with the blue circle, they gave you that information on the AT&T records, correct?
Yes, that data was provided in the actual records for Steve Lawson's phone.
Okay. Now, you put the next two towers that were utilized, there's a point here and a point here, correct?
Yes.
You created this slide because you're making this slide based on the records provided by AT&T, the call detail records, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, in those call detail records, there wasn't information about what sector was being struck, for a lack of a better term, in the AT&T records, correct?
It just didn't show where that second pointed in those.
It wasn't there.
Right.
So what we know is, at least at that point, when you get the call detail records, this tower's been accessed and this tower's been accessed by Steve Lawson's phone.
Yes.
Right? We don't have any towers up here. We've talked about that, correct?
That's right.
All right. So what you did is, and I may get the name wrong, I'm sure you'll tell me if you contacted AT&T, correct? Or you accessed a database that AT&T keeps, a global database, correct?
Yes.
And what that is another source of information about what part of that cell tower antenna was accessed by the phone.
Yes.
And so, if we go to the next one, the one with the three. Keep going. So when you did that, AT&T's global positioning provided antennal direction for these other two towers, correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, sorry, not to get really technical again, but it isn't global positioning. It's just AT&T's records show that antenna faced. I believe it was 0. So if you're looking at that cell site, it was 0, and then we just did our 120-degree wedge from there.
So to dumb it down for me,
Yes.
when
Me
you
too.
went to the AT&T global networking, you wanted to see which direction the cell site hit the antenna, correct?
Which direction the cell site or the antenna face?
What calls made, data is used, where on the cell tower, what antenna did that call or that data use or that text, where antenna did it hit, correct? That's what
Yeah.
you're looking
Yes.
for. Because that's
Antenna.
important, right?
Yes.
I mean, you just didn't do this for fun, right?
No.
So when you got that information, at the second tower, what direction is it coming from?
So AT&T's records said that the antenna that was utilized during that time faced 0 degrees or north.
Due north,
Yes.
correct? And this tower that we're talking about, right here, that's north of the Bluegrass Parkway, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
What road is due north?
See, that's
that
what I was
tower.
wondering.
Of course, we get to Boston Road.
Austin Road. So you also wanted to check at the third tower as you go down, as you're leaving Bardstown heading west, correct?
Yes.
And the third tower we've identified as being also north of the Bluegrass Parkway, correct?
Yes.
Now, there's a red dot on your map, correct?
Yes.
And that red dot represents where Miss Rogers' car was located on July 5th of 2015. That's why you
Yeah.
put it there, correct?
The approximate area. Yes.
Now, on this third tower on your map, when you've got AT&T's global positioning antenna, what direction was it coming from?
That cell face or that antenna facing.
It faced north. Now, you had 1208 data activity. If you need to look at your report or okay.
Yeah. Can you pull it up? Or I can. I don't have my report in front of me, but I can look at it.
Just gonna grab it.
Over here. Sorry.
And I can also pull the call detail records up.
No, you want the call and then the.
So we've talked about the 1207
Yes.
call. At 1208, there's data activity on Steve Lawson's
Yeah.
phone.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I got it. I'm back.
You with me?
Yep.
And at 1208, the data activity lasts for 10 minutes. Is that accurate?
Yes. I'd have to look at that, but again, just be really careful about how long it lasted, because those were decisions made by the phone originally, and then the network made those decisions, and so you don't know how long that phone was using those cell towers in the handoff. So I would be when it comes to those times and then the handoffs, I would say be very cautious.
So they're not important, is what you're saying.
The information that AT&T provided in the call detail records was there was 10 minutes of data beginning at 1208. However you want to interpret it, that's what it said, correct?
Right, but when it comes to mapping this information and showing where a phone is and isn't, in my unit, we take a lot of caution with that during this time.
That data was coming from the tower sector when the data was accessed was coming from the north, correct?
That's 1208. Yes.
And then there is data activity that begins at 1218.
Mosquito bites are the worst.
According to AT&T's records, it's for 6 minutes and 38 seconds. And I understand you talk about handing off. That's not really my point, but that's what the records say, correct?
That's what the records say.
All right.
With an asterisk, just be cautious.
Okay, so we're being cautious. My point is not how long if he was looking at his phone. That's not my point. At 1218, the data activity, the sector on the tower is hitting from the north, correct?
Yes.
At 1224, there's data activity.
Yes.
The sector on the tower is hitting facing north, correct?
Yes.
At
Hold on. So, which is why in my report I did it both ways, because we had, just like we just got done talking about, data from AT&T saying it's just utilizing the cell site, it's utilizing this antenna, and it didn't give us the direction. So I went out on my own and sought more information about this and found both ways of showing where a phone could and couldn't have been during that time.
I'm not criticizing. You went the extra mile. That's my point.
Yes.
At 1224, it's hitting from the north, correct? Based upon you going to that.
On one set. And then on the other set, it's just utilizing a cell tower. And there's really no way of knowing.
Okay. At 1225.
More complicated phone stuff, huh?
I mean, you went to check their global database to see what sector. If you didn't think it was important, you wouldn't have done it.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely.
It's important, right?
I just don't want to, I guess, get caught or not get caught.
I'm not trying to trick you. It's your report.
Show trickery. That listen, here's all the data.
This is literally off your report.
Yes.
At 1225, at 23 seconds, there's data activity, correct?
Yes.
And that's hitting the sector facing north toward Boston Road, correct?
One of them is, and then the other one is.
And the other one didn't provide information, so you went to the global one,
Yes.
correct? 1225-41, there's data activity, correct?
Yes.
And that one's hitting the sector toward Boston Road.
One of them is, but I went to the global network to find it.
All right. So
Can we just not trust phone
in that
information
time
anymore?
frame,
I feel like that's what we've learned so far in the
From
last couple of months.
1208-ish to 1225, when your arrow's going this way, there's not one single call or data usage that's facing south from the Bluegrass Parkway, is there?
Yes, that's true.
There's not, correct? So there's not.
Yeah. There is.
Okay. Now, 1225 ish to 12:33. That's when you drew the arrow going back, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now at 12:29:45, there's data activity on Mr. Lawson's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was hitting the sector facing north toward Boston Road.
On one way, and then the other way, it was just utilizing the cell tower, but I went to AT&T's database. And I'm just sorry, trying to get another question.
Sir.
12:30:33. There's data activity.
Yes.
This hits the second tower in the middle, correct?
Yes.
And from the global positioning information that you received from AT&T, it was striking the antenna facing north.
Yes.
At 12:33:45, it was striking the tower in the middle, correct?
Yes.
That activity lasted
Simone.
9 minutes and
hi.
48 seconds per the call detail records,
We were
correct?
just talking
Yes.
about you yesterday.
And
Hope you're doing well. You
Again.
said good things.
you checked AT&T's global positioning, correct?
Yes.
And that data usage
You were
they
good for the
put on there
membership
for
yesterday,
9
by the
minutes
way.
and 48 seconds struck the north side of the tower coming from the north, correct?
Yes.
Now, not one single call or data usage on the way back struck a tower facing south, correct?
Facing south. Now, where is the one facing west?
I love
That's a good
that.
point. And that could be struck by either someone on the Bluegrass Parkway or on someone on Boston Road, correct?
Are you on
Again,
our Discord?
it would be
Simone?
tough to say without a drive test and to actually look at the cell footprint, but generally, yes.
Yes.
I was gonna say, you
So
can share them on there. Or you can email
from
them.
the 12:07
I can share them with the others. I don't know if you want them on
AM
here,
call,
but
where we agree that Steve
Share them in
Lawson's
private.
phone is somewhere in the Bardstown city limits. We agree on that,
Yes,
correct? Till when he returns to Bardstown, there is not one single tower that's pointing south toward the Bluegrass Parkway, other than the one that you just said could have hit either one.
Yes.
Now,
that seems like a little bit of a problem. Okay. Awesome. Thanks, Simone.
can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, what is a tower dump?
A tower dump is what law enforcement uses to see all the phones that were connected to a tower during a specific time. So, for example, if there is a shooting or a murder at a specific intersection, law enforcement will request that the cell phone carriers, T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T, provide all phones that were connected to the towers that provide coverage to that area.
And so there can be a variety of reasons that law enforcement would want that, correct?
Yes.
Because it tells you all the phones that were hitting that tower at a specific time, correct?
Yes.
And you can be used to attempt to confirm whether someone was in the area, correct?
Yes.
It could be used to attempt to say someone was outside that area, correct?
Yes.
It could also be used for investigative purposes to see who's in this area. We know something bad's happened. Let's start looking at numbers, correct?
Yes.
And you've done all of those, I'm sure, in your job, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're familiar from your report that Ms. Rogers' car was found on the Bluegrass Parkway with a flat tire, correct?
Yes.
Now, sorry, detective, give me 1 second.
Did they show any tracking for Crystal's phone? I might have missed that when I had to step away for a few. I don't think so. But there's a woman, I don't know if she's a detective or not, but she's digital forensics as well. I think she's more like text messages and calls. This guy is like location. So maybe more of Crystal's stuff will pop up for her. Oh, so it hasn't yet and they're on cross. That's interesting. Don't you think? Wouldn't you want to show that her phone did make it out to the farm? Like we tracked Brooks. Yeah, go ahead and send them to me whenever you want, Simone. And then let me know if you want me to show them on the show or in private with our staff in that email. I'll probably show them tomorrow, not today, too, if that's all right. I'll probably start the morning off with them. But yeah, we've been talking about your Dollhouse Adventures and some dioramas that's been in some of the cases we're covering for true. We have a fascination going on with our staff right now of dioramas and murder dollhouses. So I can show them to everyone. Okay. I will definitely do that tomorrow then. That's awesome. Because today is going a lot later than I had planned. And I have a few other things I have to do tonight. So we still got like another hour and 15 minutes of this, probably. Yes, like Louise on Bob's
You
Burgers.
testified from your review of the records that
Captain will be so excited.
Joey Lawson made his call to Steve Lawson at 11:06. You recall that, sir?
Yes.
And for the jury's remembrance, Steve Lawson's phone was pinging on a tower in Bardstown, the one that's kind of in downtown Bardstown area-ish. You recall that? Page 9 of your report, sir.
Yes.
I'm showing you what I've marked as defense exhibit number 7. These are the cell tower records that law enforcement subpoenaed for the third tower on the Bluegrass Parkway, the one that was near Miss Rogers' car.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen those?
Nothing that I can recall right now, sir.
Would it surprise you to know that Joey Lawson's number does not strike the tower at 11:06 p.m.? Did you know that it was? Let me ask a better question. That was a bad question. And feel free to look through them if you want to.
Okay. Well, I mean,
that 11:06 call did not touch the tower just north of the Bluegrass Parkway by Miss Rogers. Were you aware of that?
I guess without like sitting down and really looking at this, I can't really say yes or no. But what I can say is that with tower dumps, you really have to be. Sorry, it's my job. You really have to be careful with this stuff because even the way that the search warrant is written, if you just say, "Give me all the towers that serve 123 Main Street," and then you send that to AT&T, you're relying on AT&T's analysts to make the best guess about what towers serve 123 Main Street, and they're based out of West Palm Beach, Florida, and they don't know anything about Bardstown or Louisville or anything else like that. So it would take me a couple hours to actually like filter through just to make sure that they actually got that tower right there, and then to analyze the records on that tower.
May I approach, please? What I'm showing you, sir, is this is a search warrant.
Welcome back, Kelly P. Welcome back.
was the matter of search of information associated with particular cell towers, correct?
Yes.
And this was
That
done
bailiff
on
is so
November
tired.
29th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Ugh.
And it was done by United States Magistrate Judge Kyle Lindsay, correct?
Yes,
And it appears it was done by the FBI. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And they're requesting cell towers provide services to this latitude and that longitude, correct?
Yes.
And that is, and you're welcome to check, that is the cell tower.
Yeah. So this is, they didn't request specific cell tower. So each cell tower has its own name or its own identification. A lot of times what they'll do with Louisville Metro Police Department is they'll reach out to us and say, hey, what cell tower serves this area? And then we'll actually look at that and help them write the search warrant.
Is he
There's a
saying the
couple different
FBI
issues
is
here
wrong?
that I see based on my experience that the cell towers that they just asked for a grid coordinate. And again, you're relying on someone at AT&T to go look at their records. The issues with the records are this search warrant was drafted and executed in November of 2018. This was 3 years after. Each of these cell phone carriers has like nuances with their own records. Data typically falls off after certain amounts of time. Typically, it's from a year to a year and a half. You have to be really careful with saying that something is or is not on these tower dumps, on these tower dump records, mainly because this was sent 3 years after, 3 and some change after.
Let's break down your answer for a second.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay. So, complaint one is that it wasn't done by the FBI until 2018, correct?
Yes.
Of course, there was nothing to stop anybody in law enforcement from doing it in 2015, correct?
Yeah, yes. However, this technology is new even for me from about 2018. That would in the matter of like smaller police departments that don't have the.
It's a simple question. I'm going to ask you to answer my question.
I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to be rude, Tim.
I'm sorry.
Answer the question.
I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah.
There's nothing to stop the Nelson County Sheriff's Office from
No.
doing that in 2015. There was nothing to stop the state police from doing that in 2015, correct?
No.
There was nothing to stop the IRS or anyone else in law enforcement from doing that in 2015, correct?
Yes.
But obviously, the FBI thought enough about the information that they went to the United States Magistrate Judge and asked for that information in 2018, correct?
3 years later.
And they're asking for that cell tower, correct? With that
Yes.
latitude and that longitude, which is right next, the tower is right next to where they found Miss Rogers' car.
They're asking for the cell towers to provide service to the specific
To where that
Yeah.
car was found on
Yes.
July 5th, correct? Because the FBI is trying to figure out what calls may have hit that tower in that 10 to 11 time frame, correct?
Yes.
And Joey Lawson's number is not in there. You can take all the time you want.
It would. I'll take you at your word that Joey Lawson's not.
Move for admission of defense exhibit number 7.
Objection to 7.
So is defense saying that only the FBI
Now,
asked for this tower info
summer
3 years
of
after she disappeared?
2023.
Nobody else did?
The FBI requested the same information from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. from that same cell tower just north of the Bluegrass Parkway.
Yes, sir.
And during that time frame, we've identified how many calls between Joey Lawson and Steve Lawson?
I'm sorry. I think there were approximately 3 or 4.
11:06, 12:01, 12:03. Correct?
Yes. 3.
I'm surprised you to know not one of those calls, did Joey Lawson's number show up on that tower?
No. because of the reason that I previously stated.
Now, you were asked some questions about try to find them. You were asked some questions about radio waves fighting through concrete to connect to the phone, to connect to the tower further away. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
So what you were trying to say is maybe there's a tower right outside the window and there's a steel building or a big concrete building, and instead it connects to a tower over here, correct?
Yes.
You recall those questions,
Well,
correct?
thank you on Top X for another super sticker. Thank you. You are
Now,
so generous.
You're
Really
also asked some
appreciate that.
questions about
I know we
possible
can entertain you
overlap
while you're
on
recovering
sectors,
from
correct?
Yes.
crappy dental stuff.
Now, going back to one of the first things you said is a tower, a phone will typically connect to the tower and sector closest to it, correct?
Yes.
I mean, it's only.
And you were asked some questions about the topography of the Bluegrass Parkway, correct?
Yes.
And before I move on, sometimes you all do what's called a drive test, correct?
Yes.
And what a drive test would be an analyst would get the call detail records, correct?
Yes.
An analyst would plot, like you did, on a map where the towers are.
Yes.
An analyst would then plot on the map the sectors or the part that the call or the data was striking, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things you do the drive test is to make sure that, something like you said there's a big concrete wall that might impact that particular call or data hitting this tower, correct?
Yes.
And of course, and it's not your fault, you didn't do that in this case, correct?
Really?
Because you weren't even asked to be involved until
You're the best, babe.
7 years after Miss Rogers' disappearance, correct?
Yes, sir.
So when you talk about the topography and the area around Bardstown, you're really just talking about driving to Rupp Arena or going to Lexington and looking off to the side of the road, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. This wasn't part of your job to do this analysis, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you could please show the photograph Commonwealth introduced. Tim, if you could step down, please.
It's like literally right there.
This has been introduced by the Commonwealth. This was Miss Rogers' car as it was found on July 5th of 2015. Yes. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, what this is?
Sorry. Cell phone.
Huh. I don't see any concrete between that car and that cell tower, do you?
Right.
I don't see any hills between that car and that cell tower, do you, Tim?
No.
It's literally right there with nothing impeding it, correct?
Yes.
Anybody show you that picture before they start asking about radio waves curving around the back?
No, sir.
They didn't, did they?
No.
They didn't show
Not
you
that I
that.
recall.
Now, you were asked about a Wi-Fi hit at my old Kentucky home at 12:08.
Yes.
Okay, if you could put that up, please. That would be, I think that's page 18 of technical data report. Okay. Now, this is a tower strike for Steve Lawson, correct?
Yes.
Now, you plotted Brooks's travel
on 49 coming home from the family farm to his house in Glenview, correct?
Yes.
And when you're talking about Google data, I think you explained this, but I'll make sure everyone understands. So you get this information. It can be cell or it can be what they call Wi-Fi, correct?
Yes.
And what you explained, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you're looking, this is completely different than when you're looking at Steve Lawson. You're looking at Google location data on his phone, correct?
Yes.
So similar to, I guess, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have kids and they have Find My Phone or Find the Person, correct?
Yes.
So that's what tells me if I want to know where you're at and you let me have it, I can say, oh, Tim's on the way back, or I'm sorry, Detective Daniel's on the way back to Louisville. You know, he's passing Mumfordville, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the way that you really look at it is when it hits Wi-Fi, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so when you're plotting him on the way back, there is a Wi-Fi point at, and if you need to look at this.
Hello, it
yeah.
is Sorry, I'm getting pretzels. I'm trying not to be too noisy.
Oh, what's on TV?
What's that?
Are you talking about that?
Let me show it to you
Yeah.
first. So.
Tell you what, Mr. Butler, we've been going about an hour and 15 minutes. I'm going to let the jury get up and take a break. So, ladies and gentlemen, jury, we'll take a 15-minute break. The same ammunition's already placed and they go with the bank.
This guy looks stressed the F out. I have lots of questions about all of this data. It's not helpful in the least bit. And defense is raising some good
Court
points.
is in recess until 2:30.
Yeah, me too, ladies. I don't know what I'm going to do for dinner tonight. What are you all guys having for dinner tonight? I need some ideas.
Let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call.
Yes.
Mr. Butler, please proceed. You're still under oath. Yes, sir. Daniel.
Detective, I don't have too much more, but I'm going to cover a few things with you, okay?
Yes, sir.
If you could go to page 17 of your report, and this one you've entitled Brooks Houck.
Is it?
Can you get it for you? I think it's.
Thank you.
Judge, if I did, I would move permission of Exhibit 18 or Defendant's Exhibit 8.
Any objection to 8?
No.
Sorry. Show defendant's 8 is introduced at this time.
Sorry, what page did you say again?
17, please, sir. No, you've got the right thing up there. And so what this report is talking about is Brooks' trip back from the family farm to his house. We talked a little bit about that earlier in the day, correct?
Yes.
And what we have is 1206 data point, which is on 49. They call it, I think it's Loretta Road. Is that
Yes.
correct? And we have a 1208 data point, and that's the one I'm talking about my old Kentucky home, correct?
Yes.
And then we have, I don't know if you've plotted it, but there's a 1209 data point. It's up here.
It's in the room. Yeah.
It's behind this.
It's like a McDonald's parking lot.
It's a McDonald's parking lot. That's exactly right. And so, if I can approach for the month, well, I'm going to actually I'm going to mark it. Sorry, should have marked it for me. 8 was that was the tower up from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. on July 3rd and July 4th. Tim, I'm showing you what I've marked as defendant's exhibit number 9.
give you a chance to look at it. It's Google Earth.
Okay.
Polly posted that in our Discord of Kelly. That's great.
So, Detective, what we've given you is a Google Earth map, which is the same areas that you mapped in your report, correct, sir?
Yes.
We talked about this one here, which is we've got it UTC time, but it's 12:06, correct, sir?
Yes.
And then we have my old Kentucky home, which you talked about at 12:08, correct?
Yes.
And then we have 12:09, which is, you said, is up by the McDonald's,
Yes.
correct? And so, as you've explained to us, what this Google data is telling you is it's connecting to Wi-Fi, right? Or it's showing Wi-Fi. I think I said the wrong thing.
Yeah.
It's showing Wi-Fi. So if I were to be driving down the road in front of the courthouse, I might see the federal court Wi-Fi, correct? Doesn't mean I'm necessarily connected to it, but my phone might show it, correct?
Yes.
And if I continued past federal court here to the state courthouse here in Bowling Green, it might show the Warren County Judicial Center Wi-Fi, correct?
Yes.
And if I kept going, it might hit Western or any other area here in Bowling Green, correct?
Yes.
And so what you did was you were able to show that Brooks started down here, and you've kind of in this Willett Distillery area, but it's 1925 Kentucky and 49, correct?
Yes.
My old Kentucky home, and then McDonald's.
Yes.
Right? And you were asked questions about some sort of stopover in my old Kentucky home. You recall that?
Yes.
Do you know how long it takes to get from the point at the bottom to McDonald's? No traffic?
Based on this and that, 3 minutes.
And that's exactly what it took according to your coordinates, right? 3 minutes.
Yes.
When was the first time you were ever asked about this stopover theory?
Oh, it was something that I pointed out to investigators and said, "Here's this. This is what the Google records are saying," and then that's it.
Have you ever timed it?
Yes, and I don't try not to be too long-winded, but depending on speed, I believe that Google uses the actual speed limit. So if it's sped up, now it isn't going to create that much difference in time.
So if he was going 100 miles an hour and zipped through at 90 miles an hour, maybe he could have bought himself 20 or 30 seconds.
Yeah, that'd be
assuming he could stay on the road and not wreck.
Right.
And I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but you never timed it, did you?
No, sir. I'm sorry. No.
You never put it into Google to see how long it would take, did you?
No, sir.
And you did drive it yourself?
No, sir.
Now, you were asked some questions.
No, we're still here for about like another 30 or so minutes, it looks like. 40 minutes.
Nick Houck call forwarded. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was, if you could just
I'm just
pop
eating
that up.
pretzels, so I don't want
The
to see how crunching on the microphone.
Second to last page of the Nick Houck presentation. I'll just see what I'll do with that. Speed things up. Do you have that report in front of you?
No, but I can.
Not if I can.
Yeah.
All right. So what I'm showing you is page 11 of your report. Okay,
Yes.
This was it just says phone numbers analyzed.
Yes.
Correct. And what you were referring to is the call forwarding was, what is that acronym, please?
The CFNR.
Right. CFNR?
Yeah.
So CFNR tells you that if phone calls coming in, it's being forwarded, correct?
Yes, it's call forwarding, not reachable. Yes.
And you prepared a report July 2nd to July 4th, correct?
Well, yeah, just to show that that phone wasn't on AT&T's network.
And we agree, it was not on AT&T's network. Were you aware that call forwarding feature had been on there as far back as we have records from law enforcement?
Yes, but you have to. But are you talking about like call forwarding to voicemail?
Yes. Have you seen his records that were produced in Discovery that I think began in June 1st? June 14th, that feature had been utilized the entire time?
Yeah, it's a common thing that there was data that showed that the phone was receiving stuff on a cell site. I guess when the July 2nd, like right before then. That's what
my point is. That call forwarding feature was on there before July 2nd.
Oh, yeah,
that was routine.
Yeah,
that
sorry,
wasn't something that
absolutely.
just happened on July 2nd, correct?
No, that's a feature of AT&T.
You can turn it on, correct, if you want to.
I think if you have voicemail, AT&T does it for you.
If you turn your phone off, it will shoot it to a voicemail, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Comment? Take out blueprint mission of Exhibit 9, please.
Any objection to that?
It is what it is at this point. It is what it is. No, I think this defense attorney has brought up some really good points with, okay, the phone locations. I certainly think he proved some points of, well, why do you have all of them facing north if they're south? And why didn't it hit the tower right there? Because his testimony so far has done like nothing for me.
Okay. Detective O'Day, you were first approached to help out with this case back in, was 2020?
The year, it was first by the U.S. Attorney's Office and then second by the state police. It was around 2022 this year.
Okay. And the report that we have, and I think you still have it up there, it has to do with Steve Lawson. That phone number, and I think it's on the front page, it's 502-492-1390.
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
That entire report is entirely about Steve Lawson, right? Stephen Lawson.
Yes, it is.
Okay. It's not about Joey Lawson.
No, it's not.
You didn't create any sort of report about Joey Lawson.
No.
Okay.
Which
you also testified that you never reviewed any sort of what are so-called tower dogs, right?
Not for this case, no.
Right. And you have no opinion as to general location for Joey Lawson?
No.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Like, why not? You know, like that's one of my big questions is why don't they have any of Joey Lawson's phone data? You know, why didn't they show us Crystal's location data from this guy? It's kind of weird. You know, considering that, you know, the one dude is sitting right there. It's being charged from it, and he's not popped up anywhere. It's weird.
All right, Tim. I just have a few questions, okay? I just want to clear a few things up. So, defense counsel, brought up these tower numbers, okay?
Yes.
This is all new to me, not new today, but this whole cell phone thing over the last couple of years. I mean, these are AT&T cell tower records, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, if Joey Lawson did not have an AT&T, his cell phone was connected to a carrier other than AT&T. Okay.
Yes.
It was a power telephone. It was acquired by T-Mobile. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if he had a non-AT&T number, which he did,
I mean, if he had a non-AT&T phone, then why wasn't anything subpoenaed? Also, don't they use all towers anyway?
Unless you're talking just in hypotheticals, he did have AT&T number. The 312-808 is not AT&T. You all subpoenaed AT&T records.
And they said that we have no subscriber information. All they had was reported through AT&T. The subpoena from all three carriers. He is not an AT&T subscriber. He's a T-Mobile.
I guess right now it's not in evidence as to what his
subscriber was. So if you want to ask a hypothetical, if he did not have that, and then we can establish whatever
that's
that
fine.
is at the proper time.
Okay.
Okay, Tim. So if this phone wasn't an AT&T phone, would it show up on an AT&T tower?
No, so yes, when they did the search warrant, they saw AT&T's towers only and not T-Mobile's towers.
So it wouldn't show up on the tower then?
Possibly if there was that call, but again, the data might be degraded over time. So if you're talking about years from then, so there's multiple layers of why that call may or may not have been.
Okay. I guess you're saying it's complicated.
Yes, it was.
All right. So Ron, I don't mean to be utilizing your IT person again, but can they put the picture up of the car?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and as I'm going to call him Brian, the defense counsel pointed out, this is a cell phone tower. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is right there on the Bluegrass, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you see the north side of the tower?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down. So, a couple other things I want to point out. If you can come down here, Teresa, you can put up slide 18.
Can you see the backside of this giant tower that's right in front of you, like your view? Can you see the north side? Yeah, of course you could freaking see the north side. That doesn't mean the phone would hit from there. Oh.
You go ahead.
No, thank you on that. No, thank you. You're definitely on one today.
So, if I'm looking at this correctly, this is slide 17.
Well, maybe, but they're not doing great.
Oh, 18. Yeah, it's supposed to be 18. I'm sorry.
There's no way the
is
jury's
at
following any of this.
12:08 Eastern. Is that correct?
This point is yes.
Okay, and the other one's at 12:07.
This is at 12:08. And this is at 12:07.
Okay, and
I must say, I'm
as
very
the defense
disappointed.
counsel was pointing out,
Presentation.
that at 12:07, could you tell me which way that sector's pointing?
I guess it's more of a southwesterly
Okay.
direction. It's this
Would it be in the direction of 62?
no.
Would it be pointed in the direction of the Bluegrass Parkway?
No, the azimuth on that would be pointed that way.
Okay, and what's down here?
That is the Bluegrass Parkway.
Okay, and then the data point so that was at 12:07:45. At 12:08:03, it's pointed where?
Here towards the Bluegrass Parkway, 3162.
Okay, and it's just south of the Bluegrass Parkway. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you can put the one up with the three towers that the defense counsel kept pointing at. You don't have to put that, Teresa. They remember it. They've seen it long enough. You can go up here and grab a seat. No, that's okay. The one with the three towers that were the azimuths are pointed north.
Yes.
We went through that before, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you said based on your training and experience that it was very possible for that Stephen Lawson's phone would have been connecting with those towers at those sectors based on the topography and based on the bleed over of the sectors. Is that correct?
Yeah, it very well could be. And could is a big could there. But without a drive test, you really don't know the exact coverage area of that cell tower, that cell sector.
That wasn't your fault for no drive test.
No.
Okay, and we didn't talk about Mr. Dropping the phone. I have no further questions. Thank you.
So basically, we know a whole lot of nothing.
Detective, Mr. Young, the question he just asked you about possibilities, you recall that?
Yes.
You recall him asking you that initially on direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And he asked you, is it possible? Do you recall what your answer was?
No.
You said it was somewhat possible.
Yes.
Thank you.
A redirect.
No, sir.
Any questions from any jurors? Have this witness be found excused? 7-3.
The jury has no questions? Okay.
Call your next witness.
Okay.
We'll call Larry Mock.
Larry Mock.
Just tell me why, though, they couldn't show Brooks and Crystal's phones together, traveling from their house to the farm at 7, and then her phone being shut off at the farm and Brooks still being there. It's a
Then we'll
very
call it
easy
Mary
thing to show,
Manning.
yet they don't show it. Why? It's weird. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't buy into anything most of these people are saying.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the
his
testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh.
Have a seat right over there. Please sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you.
And they can't even prove Joey was at the Blue Parkway.
Just direct your answers towards him. Would you give me your name?
Mary Beth Mattingly.
And Miss Mattingly, back in 2015, did you live on Glenview?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know the defendant Brooks Houck?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you know the young lady living with you, Crystal Rogers?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you live in proximity to the defendant?
I live right across the street.
Okay.
Very much so.
And how well did you know Crystal?
Me and her talked every day. We were friends.
Okay. And how long did you know him before you moved there?
No.
Okay. And how long did you live there before July 15th?
It would have been a year in August.
Okay. So about maybe 10 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you get to know her pretty well?
My kids stayed the night over there, and her kids stayed at my house. We talked all the time. She would bake cupcakes and send them to the house. I was pregnant, and she would import her clothes for my little boy.
Okay. And July 3rd of 2015, do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. And did you see the defendant and Crystal that day?
That was the Thursday, right?
Oh, Thursday. I'm sorry. It was July 2nd.
Yeah, I seen her on that Thursday. They were out on the front porch, and Crystal had hollered across the road, and she was like, "Do y'all want to come over and watch fireworks?" And I was like, "No, Ella's at the movies. We're just gonna stay here." I had just had a baby, so I had surgery, so we just stayed at the house.
And on July 3rd, had you communicated with Crystal?
We had talked about a baby swing. She
And,
was going to let me borrow a baby swing that she had. That was Eli. She said it was in storage, and she couldn't find the key to it, so Brooks would have to get a lock cutter and open the storage unit.
So were you going to get that from her sometime in the future?
I had planned on it. I had needed it.
Okay. And was she willing to give it to you?
Yeah, she said that I could borrow it.
Okay. Now, you said that you had just had surgery. Is that correct?
I did. I had just had a baby, and I got my tubes tied, and
No, they're gonna
I had
ignore
hernia surgery
the-
as well. So
Okay, that's just
my
fine.
mom was coming over, and she was helping me.
Not her.
And what time on July 4th? Do you remember what time you got up?
My mom had walked in the door that morning. It was still dark outside. I would say anywhere between 6 and 7 a.m. that morning.
Okay. And did you notice anything when you got up?
The first thing that my mom said when
You can't tell what your mom said.
oh, well, when I opened the door, my mom was coming in the door, and she said, "Where's Crystal's car?" And I looked across the street, and her car wasn't there.
Okay.
And I said, "I'm not sure. I haven't talked to her. She might be yard selling."
Okay.
Because Crystal was not, she didn't get up early in the morning.
Okay. And I think we've heard testimony or at least some statements about that she usually slept in.
Yeah, until like 9 or 10
She
o'clock.
said specifically Brooks.
And at some point, did you find out she was missing?
Later on that day, I don't think it was until the next day, my friend had called me and was like, "Your friend's missing."
Okay. Was it sometime that weekend? Do you remember?
It was like the first day or the second day.
Okay. So sometime that weekend.
Yeah.
Okay. And could you tell me about Crystal and the kids? Would she have kids with her?
Crystal always had the kids with her,
Okay.
especially Eli.
All right. So okay. And that week, did you see anything? Did you know Nick Houck?
No,
Okay. And did you know that Nick Houck and the defendant were related?
I had no idea that was his brother. He had lived right up the road at the end of the street, and the whole time that I lived there, I never seen Rosemary or Nick at the house.
Okay. And that week Crystal went missing, did you see Nick at the defendant's house?
Him and Rosemary, I seen them there a lot.
Okay.
Almost every day.
And did you see anything that you made note of?
After it happened, it was a big deal because my kids had stayed the night over there. I was scared. I thought somebody was like out kidnapping people, you know. So I paid attention. I watched everything that I saw. I texted Sherry and I told her everything that I saw. Every car that pulled in the driveway.
She also has those new mom hormones.
Did you see the defendant's mother over there with Nick?
There was one day that I witnessed the Rosemary's car pull in the driveway, and then she went in, and then I don't really know exactly how long it was after that, the cop car pulled in, and they both pulled into the driveway, and then Nick went inside, and then they were in there for a minute, and they came outside, got in their cars, both of them. Rosemary got in the Navigator, Nick got in the cop car, and they turned the cars around to where their cars was facing my house, and the trunks were facing the basement. So like all I could see was the front of their cars. And Nick got in the back of the cop car, and he grabbed 2 bags. They were white bags. They had handles on them. They weren't trash bags, but they were just solid white bags. And he grabbed 2 of them and put them in Rosemary's car, and then he went back and got 2 more and put in the back of the car.
Okay. But you don't know what were in those bags, correct?
You couldn't see in the bags.
Okay. Was that the week she went missing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything else with Rosemary that week?
So like I said, Rosemary was never over there, and then after Crystal went missing, they was over there every day. And I can remember one day when I was looking out the front window, because I had a big window, I seen, so the way the house is, there's like a walkout basement, and there's rocks down the side of the house where you can kind of look over to the walk off. And Crystal Rogers had planted purple flowers that had went down in those rocks. And when I looked across the street, I seen Rosemary with the shovel digging up the flowers and throwing them over in the trash can.
Don't have any. Oh, one more question. Mm-hmm. And you are convicted, correct, Mary?
I am.
Okay,
yes.
I'm the one that actually convicted you. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. No further questions.
Any cross? No question.
What a weird thing for everybody to laugh at, but okay.
Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be found excused? You're found excused. You may go. Call your next witness.
William Gunther.
William
Gunther.
William Gunther.
I found her rather believable. I mean, she had just had a baby, so you are like hyper vigilant during those times. Plus, you're never sleeping because you have a newborn baby. So, Hunter.
Sir, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You have a seat right over there. Try to sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you.
I forgot what his name was already.
And I want to apologize to you, Mr. Gunther, for having you here all day. I'm sorry.
Okay. So his name is not Hunter Gunther. Pretty short.
Would you go ahead and introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Just face it. Just tell them who you are.
I'm William Gunther.
Okay, you don't have to raise your hand. You're good. Okay. And Mr. Gunther, just a little bit. I don't want to know where you live, but could you tell me what county you live in?
I currently live in Breckenridge County.
Okay. And how long you lived there?
I bought the place in August of last year.
Okay. Could you tell me where you were employed back in July 15?
Yeah, I was working at the Lowe's in Bardstown, Kentucky.
What was your position there?
I was department manager over tools and hardware.
Okay.
William Gunther.
And do you remember if you worked the night of July 3rd, 2015?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember what time you got off?
I got off around 10 o'clock in the evening.
Okay. And do you remember how do you go to work? How did you go to work, and where were you living at the time?
At the time, I was living in Elizabethtown.
So how would you?
Robin Road.
how would you go to and from work?
A lot of times I would hit 62, run it out to 65, take 65 down to the Bluegrass, run the Bluegrass out.
Okay, we've had a lot of talk about Bluegrass. So you would take the Bluegrass from Elizabethtown to
Yes, sir.
Bardstown. Is that correct?
Most of the time.
Okay. And you said that. Do you remember what time you got off that night?
Around 10 p.m.
I'm pretty sure he
And
spots the car on his way home from work.
do you walk out the door at 10 p.m. or do you? I know the stores close at 10, but the employees. Do you have
Well,
to
the
stay
store closed at 9. 10 was our scheduled time off. I mean, it's been like 10 years ago.
I know. So
I can tell you I was closing that night. I can't tell you if it was 10:05, 9:05, or 9:45 that I walked out the door.
Actually really important.
It was probably pretty close to 10 o'clock when I walked out the door.
Okay. So how long did it take you to get from Bardstown to Elizabethtown?
Usually about 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. And that night when you drove home, did you notice anything on the parkway?
Yes, sir. There was a vehicle off on the left-hand shoulder.
On the left-hand shoulder?
Right. Sorry. I'm
I know it's been a long day. So, okay.
But yeah, off to my right, as I was coming down the Bluegrass, and it had its flashes on.
Okay. Did you see anybody around the vehicle?
I did not.
Okay. And I'm going to show you some previously entered exhibits, which is 5, 6, and 7. Could you take a look at that?
Yes, sir.
Now, at 10 o'clock, was it daylight outside?
No.
No. Okay, it was dark.
Yeah, it was very dark.
Okay. And that weekend, did you go back down to Bluegrass?
I did. Sunday, my ex-wife and I made a trip to Lexington.
Okay. And did you notice anything when you went to Lexington?
I noticed about a half dozen troopers lined up around the vehicle that I had seen on Friday night.
Are you sure they were troopers? Were they police officers?
They were police.
Okay.
I mean,
okay. Were they? Are you sure it was the vehicle?
I am positive it was the same vehicle.
Okay. And did you get a look at the vehicle when you drove by at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And did it appear? Was it the vehicle you see in these pictures?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you report this?
I did make a call to the police department and reported that I'd seen the vehicle on the side of the Bluegrass prior to the timeline that I'd seen once I saw an article about everything.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so some of the guys at work a few days later was
You can't
talking.
tell me what they said.
Okay.
We won't get into that. But you saw the vehicle twice. Once on July 3rd when you went home and it was dark.
Right.
And
I think
then
I'm
coming
being there
back
at
was it still
10:30 is
daylight.
weird, but
When you went Sunday.
Yes,
It was daylight.
It was daylight.
And you actually saw the car.
Yes.
And you're 100% sure it's
Yes,
the car.
I'm positive it was that vehicle.
No further questions. Any cross?
very true to that. I really hope that the Commonwealth does a good job of putting together this timeline. I don't know.
So you said you got off around 10 o'clock on July 3rd, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was dark, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were going home, it was July 4th weekend, correct?
Yes, sir.
I may be wrong about this, so correct me, since you drive, you're at least back then, you drove it every day. I assume the speed limit's 70 miles an hour on the road?
Actually, I believe it's 65 along that corridor at the time.
So 65 at the time. I assume you were going 65 to 75 miles an hour, correct?
Quite
So why would you
possible.
turn the hazards on?
I usually do. I don't know how fast you drive. You were going at a decent clip, right? You weren't driving along at 20 miles an hour, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you're trying to get home, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's dark, right?
Right.
At this point in time, you
You don't know anything about, never heard of Crystal Rogers, correct?
Correct.
Never heard of Brooks Houck, correct?
I mean, as far as in this context, no.
Okay.
I mean,
That's what I'm talking
he was
about.
a customer at the store sometimes.
So you're going there and you see a car with hazards on, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't stop, correct?
No, sir. I didn't see anybody around. Didn't think I needed to stop.
We've heard in this case that there have been hundreds of tips about who saw what when, correct? Oh, you didn't know that, but I'm going to tell you, there's been tons of tips that were called in according to Detective Snow. And you then are coming back on July the 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
At
when you
this
come
point,
back on
yes,
July
correct.
5th, it's
And it's not
daylight,
good
correct?
circumstantial evidence so far.
And you see a car on the side of the road, correct?
A lot of reaching.
And there's cop cars around, correct?
Correct.
And so at that point, or thereafter, you said that news started coming out, correct?
Correct.
And I could get into what everything that's on the news. The news was coming out that a lady's car was found on the side of the road, correct?
Correct.
Without getting into what people said, that there's discussion about ladies' cars found on the side of the road, correct?
Correct.
You'd seen a car on the side of the road coming back in the daylight, correct? Right?
Correct.
With police cars around it. Now, you then gave a statement on July 16th of 2015. Does that sound right?
Correct.
And that was
That's a while.
brief
after.
statement to Detective Kaminsky.
Correct.
All right. Now, other than that brief statement, were you ever interviewed by the IRS? Nothing that you did wrong, sir. Did the IRS ever interview you?
No.
Okay. I'm not insinuating you did anything wrong. Okay, I promise. Were you ever interviewed by the Kentucky State Police?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the FBI?
No.
Oh.
So, were you called to the grand jury that investigated this on March 29th of 2023?
No, sir.
Were you called on April 13th of 2023?
No, sir.
Were you called on April 6th of 2023?
No, sir.
Were you called on May 10th of 2023?
No, sir.
Were you called on May 24th of 2023?
Nope.
How about June 14th of 2023?
Nope.
How about July 6th of 2023?
Nope.
How about July 24th of 2023?
No.
How about August 9th of 2023?
No.
August 16th of 2023?
There's so many grand juries, guys.
September 13th of 2023?
No.
September 20th of 2023?
No.
You ever been called by any grand jury in association with this case?
No.
When's the first time after July the 16th of 2015 that you heard anything about possibly getting information about this case?
Just a few weeks ago.
You recall when?
I can't recall the exact date.
Just a few weeks
Working a lot
ago.
of 7-day weeks with 12-hour days. My dates are jumbled 99% of the time.
Let me ask you this. Would it have been, you think it was in May?
It could have been in May. We're at the end of June now, so I mean, if I could access my phone, I could go pull it up right now. Like the exact date and time.
Judge, I'm fine with taking a standing break to ask him to check.
It's all mess. This is bad investigation happening right there. Of course. We love when you're here on top. I hope you're feeling better throughout the day now. Hope you're recovering well. Lady in Gray, this guy apparently was headed home from work at 10 o'clock on the Friday. Saw Crystal's car on the side of Bluegrass with its lights flashing. This would be Friday the 3rd at around 10. And he reported this July 17th of 2015. And then nobody has said dick to him since that day, including the FBI or the IRS or Kentucky State. Literally nobody has talked to this dude. I have
The
problems with
first
there
time I
being
was
traffic
contacted
on.
back about this was
It's weird.
June 4th at 12:23 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Wow. June
And
4th.
you hadn't heard anything since July 16th of 2015.
No, sir.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to take judicial notice that Professor Lauf's PowerPoint examination was provided to the Commonwealth on June 2nd of 2025.
Let me see, counsel at the bench.
Oh, an expert report comes in June 2nd, and then all of a sudden they call this guy. Ooh, interesting. What is happening?
Because they switched their theory when they got it, and they called this guy.
He gave a statement in 2015.
Yeah, and then no one ever followed up with him ever again.
They interviewed him.
So what are we arguing about?
Yeah,
What happened was, Lauf gives his expert disclosure in his PowerPoint. He explains that stuff about him being on the Bluegrass Parkway is not
You
true.
keep saying Lauf.
He's our expert, our
Okay,
phone
see,
expert.
that's why I'm like sitting like, I
Our
don't know what
phone
we're
expert
talking
provides an expert disclosure on April 25th of 2025. We then provide the PowerPoint, which shows very clearly that what we believe that this story about him being on the Bluegrass Parkway is not accurate on June the 2nd. On June the 4th, that's when this guy gets contacted. I think it's relevant to show that they have switched their presentation of this
This
case.
is the proof of him. I mean, literally, I just found the guy's letter on June 4th. That's what happened.
You want to make your points during. I'm not making any finding here. You can make your arguments throughout the trial.
Thank you.
Now, you guys, that for some reason is the end of that day. I don't know why. Because even when I go to the really wonky one, it also ends on that day. But let me just clarify just in case. And I will tell you all what's going on here in just a second. I just want to make sure. Don't even get me started on people uploading this trial to YouTube and not knowing how to freaking do things. It's not that hard, guys. Okay, so this is what, day 3? Yeah. I'm pretty sure day 3 ends just exactly where we ended that. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it for that day. Oh, we didn't miss anything. They just went ahead and rested for the weekend because that was a Friday. So I wonder if that guy is in the next morning. Let me check real quick. Oh, no, he doesn't come back on the stand. Okay, well, that's fine because honestly, that guy didn't have a whole lot of testimony going on anyway. So what they were saying was this guy, William Gunther, tells police on July 16th, 2015, that on his way from Bardstown to Elizabethtown, where he lives, taking the Bluegrass Parkway, on his right, he saw Crystal's car. Well, learned after the fact that it was Crystal's car with the hazard lights on, but he didn't see anybody. And when him and his ex were driving back to Bardstown a few days later, they saw all the cops at his car. Now, he didn't tell the police about this, or make a statement, I should say, until July 16, 2015. Then nobody talks to this guy. Again, nobody. No Nelson County Sheriff's Office. No Kentucky State Police. No FBI. No, who are the other people? Oh, IRS, because there's a bunch of IRS agents in this story as well. Nobody interviews this guy. And the defense is saying, hey, so we have an expert that we're going to be calling as their like digital forensic expert, right? That in that presentation, it's going to show that Joseph wasn't at the Bluegrass Parkway. Couldn't have been there or whatever. And the defense turned over that PowerPoint presentation to the Commonwealth on June 2nd of just this past year. And then 2 days later, this Gunther guy gets a call from the Commonwealth being like, oh, hey, we're going to need you to come in and say that thing that you told us about 10 years ago that nobody followed up on. That's kind of suspicious. So the defense is saying, oh, this is them trying to change their theory now that they saw what we have to bring to the table. And quite frankly, they didn't prove Joseph was freaking anywhere, which is weird. Also, I mean, yes, the Lawsons are dum-dums. That is very true. But if you were trying to get rid of a car that, you know, according to the Commonwealth, there was a conspiracy in all of this. They knew she was going to get murdered. They knew that she'd have to move the car. And you got a flat tire. Why would you put your hazards on? That doesn't seem like a smart thing to do at night. I mean, that's what a normal person should do. But if it's a hot car, then why would you want to draw attention to that? I don't know. I have some questions. A lot of questions. Yeah, I get a little bit of MSP vibes from this too, and this Commonwealth. That's the thing. Why do they need to call this guy up just now, 10 years, almost 10 years later? Nobody's checked on him, and then all of a sudden, here he is, the perfect person as an eyewitness to be like, yeah, look, it was there. Because I'll say the time of 10 to 10:30. That's weird time for me. That's why they need to really clear up this timeline bananery that's going on. Juju says the sheriff in the county has already spoken to this trial and the upcoming trial of these criminals. Well, I mean, I know the outcome of this trial, but so far, I don't know if it's the correct one. So it says, so the day that Crystal's car was seen, was it ever reported then? Yeah, I already went over that. That's true. Yeah, most times law enforcement on patrol investigate, right? And especially if you have your hazards on, which you don't really want. But also, this is July 4th weekend. So I imagine that law enforcement is busier dealing with other things, or there might not be that many people, you know, on the shift that night because vacations and stuff like that. Plus it's a rural area, you know, so I don't know, them not seeing it that night or doing it, that doesn't really surprise me considering all the other circumstances that were going on. So, well, yeah, but the IRS is mentioned a lot. Brooks couldn't cover all his tracks, except he did. Or he didn't do anything wrong because there's no federal charges for Brooks that I found or know of. So even when the IRS is digging through all your shit for 10 years and they don't have any charges to press on you, you think Brooks is that good of a mastermind to outbeat the freaking IRS? Like, no, I don't think so. Well, here's Juju. I'm going to play devil's advocate here. If you think the Lawsons were paid for their dirty work, then where's the proof of that? Because if the IRS was involved for as long as we know they were, there would be large purchases of some kind. Like they went through everybody's finances. And now we haven't finished this trial to see if they say anything about that. Okay, so I could eat my shoe later because we're not finished with this yet. But that's part of the reasons too. It's like, oh, we have all these federal agencies looking into this and they come up with nothing. And that's kind of weird. The IRS, no, they came in for like addition. The IRS does other things as well than just taxes or business thing, forensic. I don't remember exactly why the IRS was called in, but I feel like we covered it in my Crystal Rogers deep dive because I thought it was weird too for I've never heard of the IRS coming in, but no, they would do like they were search warrants, everything. So, but I don't know. Yeah, they always say IRS. They're exactly on top. Exactly. You think these dumb-dumbs can outsmart the Lawsons, especially would be able to hide what, 50 grand or something? Like, no, one's a meth addict and the other one is a drunk and possible drug addict as well. Like, I don't know. Well, yeah, he's trying to liquidate his assets, sure, but that's just for. No, you're right. Cash has no paper trail, but you buy things. And that's how they get a lot of people for tax evasion, right? Especially when they're laundering money. Because sure, you may not have, $100,000 in the bank, but did you just pay? Did you just buy a whole car and house that is way outside of your bracket, your income bracket? That's how they track money. That's how they track cash. And if they think somebody got paid that way, that's why they will literally look through everything you have ever purchased or heard of purchasing ever. The IRS does not mess around. That is true, but you would have to report it to the IRS, and that's the whole thing as well. And that's the thing, right? Is if they had any proof that, and again, we're only on day 3 of the trial, so it could come up soon. I don't know. But if there's this conspiracy where Brooks is paying people for this murder or whatever, they've been through all of his bank records. Did he ever give, money to these people? I don't think so. Yes, exactly. Lady in Gray, if I remember right, you're a former accountant. So she'll tell you. It's kind of not that hard to see when people, for forensic accounting, which I know a lot of people find forensic accounting boring, and it can be, but I also find it very interesting how they do that. It's very tedious. I could never do forensic accounting, but it's interesting. It's interesting. Well, you guys, that is all we have for this today. Now, tomorrow is going to be a very long day because I think it's like already 6 hours tomorrow or something. But yeah, it's like 6 hours and 10 minutes. But yesterday, there were some witnesses that we missed because remember, it cut off at a weird time. And I was able to find them on the news one that has the worst visual like ever. But they had like 3 or 4 witnesses, I think, and Danny Singleton was one of them. He's been brought up, and I brought him up in my coverage of it, where he got 38 charges of perjury. Now, Brooks was supposed to pay him money that day, and according to the Commonwealth, Rosemary Houck had asked him if he knew somebody to help get rid of somebody, allegedly. But apparently he testified the day before and we didn't watch it. So tomorrow morning we will open with what we had missed. It's not that long. It's probably like 40 minutes or something. And then we'll pick up on tomorrow. So it will be a little bit longer day, but I don't have any appointments. So it'll be a good time. Oh my gosh, Lady in Gray, I bet you would have been amazing at forensic accounting. There you go. Well, I mean, are you going to believe somebody that has 38 counts of perjury, though? I don't know. Well, you guys, thank you all for joining me today. And again, you guys, we don't all have to agree on things. That's fine, as long as we're doing it in a respectful manner, which is all we do here, right? By the way, they all know that as well. I just want to make it for those that are maybe part of the replay crew. If you have a difference of opinion, that's fine. Come in and say so, as long as we all respect each other doing that. But thank you guys so much for being here today and for the super stickers and super chat. I really appreciate it a lot. So yeah, I will see you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Be prepared. It's going to be a long day. And until then, go forth and be amazing. Bye, guys.